Nope, you lose. No.
Fair.
What do you mean not fair?
Not fair.
Be prepared. Do your job. It's a Thursday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
We are off to a rainy start, which I guess we're used to here.
Yeah.
But it's still, heat-wise, will be a decent day. High of 69.
All right.
Yeah. 56 degrees right now. And after this drizzle gets through, it looks like partly cloudy for the rest of the day. No more rain. Tomorrow, also cloudy, no more rain. A little bit of rain on Saturday and sunny on Sunday.
Okay.
Fitting. You look very comfy today.
I feel comfy.
You look great.
Thank you.
Okay. First off, before we start the show, the thruway between Henrietta and Victor is shut down right now.
Oh.
Both ways.
Wow.
13 Wham says there is a massive backup on the road. We don't know what the situation is.
Okay.
But they are telling folks to take an alternate route.
All right.
So just a heads up, if you take the thruway, do that. Can we start the show with someone insulted me to my face this morning?
Oh.
I love it.
Okay.
Who do we think?
She didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Oh, is she?
Yeah,
Oh.
she thought she was saying.
Those are the worst kind. Because when they don't mean to, you're getting brutal honesty.
So, I pop my head in down on the country station every day and go say hi to Billy, Hope, and TJ.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I walk in the door down there, and Hope, very sweet kid.
Oh, yeah.
Very sweet kid. She goes, oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Right.
Good morning. She says, so today I had to comb my hair, and I had to put on a collared shirt today.
See that?
Yeah.
Where you got to be.
Okay. My daughters have a school dance
Oh,
recital.
you got to
Oh.
look like buttoned up dad.
Yeah, I don't know. They go to Aquinas. I went to Aquinas. There's dress code at Aquinas. For some reason, I can't dress like a bum when I go there.
Yeah.
There was a dress code when I went there. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
the
like
dress code's not for you anymore.
I understand, but it's like burned inside
Wear
me.
your khakis.
It's just, I'm wearing jeans. I almost wore khakis. I'm like, you know what? I'm walking on the wild side.
What a
today,
rebel.
Wearing jeans in a Catholic school. So I don't want to look like
Yeah.
a jerk.
Right.
So I put myself together a little bit this morning. And Hope sees me, and she goes, oh, my God. Why do you look like that?
Why do you look like that?
And
what?
I go, what do you mean? And she goes, well, you combed your hair, and you're not wearing a hoodie, you have a collared shirt on. You look nice. And I go, do you realize how insulting that is, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we do wear hoodies and hats, and it's not like we're always dressed up at 5 in the morning.
I understand. But by going out of your way to be shocked at how I look, you're essentially saying you're the ugliest person on a daily basis.
And I
No,
never
I
knew
think
you
that's
could
a
look
good
like
thing.
that.
It means you clean up nice.
No, he said it.
What?
I didn't know you could look nice.
Which is the most insulting
But
thing you can tell
sometimes that's
somebody.
fun. You can surprise people.
With your face.
I didn't even think I went that far out of my way today. I just put on a different shirt.
I mean, I didn't think. I mean, I see every day. I didn't think. I didn't realize you cut your hair so short.
You do this every time I get a haircut. Every time I get a haircut, you do this.
What do you mean?
Well, I didn't realize it was so shaved down. Because usually he's got a hat on.
Oh, true.
It's pretty shaved up.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Oh, again.
No,
I didn't say there was a problem.
But you didn't say it like it looked good. You said it like you were making an observation.
Yes, it's very shaved.
what is the problem?
Oh no, nothing at all.
Can we time out the game for a second?
I didn't know you enlisted.
No, shut up. All right, look. Most
Anchors away, my boys.
You do have a very different look today.
Yeah,
and
you
I
look
know
like
you
you're in
didn't
the
do
Navy.
a lot differently, but for whatever reason, it is a little shocking.
All right, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch, the Odyssey app at WCMF.com. I just put a little bit of product in my hair.
Oh,
That's
I know.
all I
Oh,
did.
I know.
Just like your daddy.
What? No, it was my daddy up here. No, okay, let's go back for a second.
Yeah.
Because past Hope insulted me to my face.
Yeah.
Say, okay. You with the haircut thing. Most men have two haircuts.
Yeah.
Short and long.
Yeah.
Right? Most men, they let their hair grow out until they can't take it anymore, and then they go to the barber and they go, hey, cut it down so I don't have to come back for a while. You, Tommy Buley,
Me, you?
are the only person I know
Yeah.
that walks in and is like, style it like this. I'm in trends with a Z,
Z.
and I like my hair styled and cut and colored and dyed. Thank you. Like, no guy walks in and is like, I want to look like this, man. Just cut it short.
Well, I've been wearing my hair like this since day one.
What, none of it?
Well, I lost a lot.
Yeah, no kid. You should try to go find it again.
So you guys don't bring in like inspo pics to your
What's an inspo pic?
like an example of what you would like your hair to
Oh,
look like?
inspiration pic.
Yeah.
Inspo pic. You're too old to say inspo pic.
Oh, I think that's like an old.
So when I
person
take
thing.
it to the barber, say I want
Yeah,
to look
like
like
let's say there's a celebrity gets a cool haircut that you think would look good on you. You don't like show them a picture, but like make it like this.
There is no celebrity where any guy over 30 can show, be like, hey.
I agree with you, but I think people still do it.
No, I don't do
Like
that.
not even that you look like them, but you just like the haircut. Like I think this was huge with the Peaky Blinders thing. Like give me the Peaky Blinder haircut.
All right. Because I do remember, like, years ago when you went to the barber shop,
Yeah.
they would have a list of haircuts that the guy
Yeah.
would give you.
Yeah.
And that was it, because that's all he knew how to cut. So, like, it would just be different styles on different men.
And for some reason, they only use the heads of men that starred in gay pornography.
Pretty much.
Right? Like
Yeah.
every dude looked like John Holmes.
Yeah. And a little surprised.
Because I always think when I see like a trendy haircut, especially with guys, like you brought in a picture and said, I want to look like that
All right.
trendy show or movie or
What'd you call it?
whatever
Insto pic?
Inspo pic.
Inspo.
Inspiration
Inspo.
pic.
Okay.
Hey, I got my inspo pic. Check out my inspo pic. No, I thought most guys, like, once they hit 30, their
Yeah.
haircut was pretty much the
But
same.
then why
Yeah.
do you guys sometimes all have like the same trendy haircut?
But you changed yours a little bit, too,
Yeah.
because you had the man bun going there for a
Oh,
while.
Oh, no,
True.
but
True.
that's
True.
the same thing. It's just longer.
Right, but you had the bun going.
Well, I just cut my-
the head got shaved.
No,
the top grew out.
Again, it was. I just had it longer on my head, and I decided I didn't want to have to deal with that anymore. It's the same haircut. I've had the same haircut,
All right.
just like this, for like since my kids were born.
Oh. It looks different all the time.
Okay, yeah, because it gets cut, it grows out again. That's how hedge works. Stupid. No, I like what when you go to Trends with a Z,
Yeah.
and you sit down at this primarily female.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, because you're the only guy in there.
Yeah, in the morning, yeah.
Like, you're all gossiping with all the ladies.
When I'm at the dye station, it's just me and Mary Lou.
And like he's laughing. You think he's making a joke.
No, I
he's
know.
not.
Yeah,
he's at the dye station.
Yes.
Yes.
I get my hair dyed, yes. So your question.
What do you say you want? Like, what do you like? Make,
Well, I've been going to Mary Lou since I moved here.
Okay.
So I
So-
think when you have like the same person for a while, you just kind of get into a routine.
What she does is she'll make suggestions of how to cut it and what to do with it, like how to do my sideburns, and she does my eyebrows and stuff, so I don't get the old man brow. So, but she goes, we should start doing your eyebrows because you're starting to get old man brow.
have you ever disagreed with her?
No.
So you always just whatever she says, you go with.
I would
Yeah,
trust
she's a
it.
she's a pro.
Okay. Well, no, I'm asking because you're the one
Yeah.
coming at me.
Like you need somebody like that, especially with things like eyebrows that you start
Ears.
to not see anymore.
All the old man stuff that
Yeah.
needs to get trimmed.
Like if they told me you got to do something about it, I would do something.
Like the eyebrows on an old man, it's the worst.
Okay,
and
but-
the hair and the ears.
Like when it comes to the whole like you have to do something about it.
Yeah, you just trim it up.
No, I mean like, but women are raised with that.
Oh yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like women are.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never had anybody sit me down and be like, this is what you should
but
do.
that's why you need it.
yeah.
And it's better coming from a pro, like somebody that does this for a living, than like a buddy or somebody else in your
Right.
life who you may not trust their opinion.
And they may not even care. But I don't want to look like a disheveled old man. But
Nothing.
You got to maintain what you can.
yeah, I want to look like an aging Femi boy.
An aging Femi boy without an inspo pic. 252 WCMF 252-9263. I just comb my hair.
Like
All
I would
did.
be nervous if I were you because do you go to the same person every time, or you have a different?
So I normally go to Ducktail Barbershop on Park Avenue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really, it's like an old school. We've talked about this in the air. It's like an old school Italian barbershop, but it's
Yeah.
run by young guys or good dudes. But I was running around so much, I just ran to Supercuts last
Yeah.
week.
Right.
See, like that would make me nervous having somebody different style my hair every time. Like that doesn't make you a little nervous. Like somebody gets a little
couldn't do
too
it anymore.
happy.
There's no way.
Okay.
With
I've been
scissors.
seeing this. This woman I've been seeing is my longest relationship. It's been 32 years.
Okay. I understand you would not intentionally go out of your way to lose her now.
Right.
Okay. But like the way you're talking makes it sound like, oh, if I didn't have her, I wouldn't look good.
Right. This is as good as I can look.
No, like, but
I have maxed out my look.
Listen, I know people that have gone and had some poor experiences, like taking a chance on somebody new.
okay, I know, but again, that's a woman thing.
No, it's a guy thing too.
All right. Your husband has no hair.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not talking about my husband.
Tommy, we're friends, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying this as a friend.
What?
There is nothing anyone could do to your head that could make you look uglier.
No, but it could get worse.
Yes,
it
he's
could
right.
get way worse.
He's right.
It could look. I could look unkept. I don't mind being. I can't do anything about my mug, but I don't want to look like I don't take care of myself.
Yeah, like what if he had like wiry nose hairs coming
It's
out?
gross,
that you
or
had to
like
stare
the
at
stuff
all
coming
day?
out of my ears.
Okay.
Like I just want to look kept.
Right now, with your forehead, tracksuit, and the hair the way it is,
Yeah.
you look like an off-Broadway actor in the Back to the Future play. So don't sit here and be like, oh, man, I could look worse. No, you couldn't. Like, yeah, it would have been worse if they dropped 2 atomic bombs in World War II in the same spot. Bad. How much worse would it have been, though?
I look like I'm starring in the Rick Pitino story.
What are you, the kid in the hospital they were going to win one for? 25G WCMF. I just combed my hair today. That's all I did. I got to go see my daughters. They got a dance thing at school.
Yeah.
Didn't want to look like a bum, put on like a collared shirt. This isn't even a nice collared shirt. It's one of the stretchy ones.
Yeah.
Check me out.
It's a flannel shirt.
Yeah, but it's not. It's stretchy. It looks like flannel,
Yeah.
but it's stretchy material on account of the broad shoulders. But hope.
You can also buy a larger shirt.
No, you see, big-shouldered men can't do that. You don't understand because you got tiny shoulders. If I buy a bigger shirt, looks like I'm wearing a pup tent.
All right.
Got to have a little form to you,
All right.
As you said yesterday, wide shoulders, skinny waist.
No. It's broad at the shoulder,
Yeah.
narrow at the hip. Don't take no lip.
Thank
Chew
you.
tobacco spit.
Thank you. But hope I just walk in and say, hey, oh my God, you look so different. You comb your hair. You look so good, which is her essentially saying, you normally look like a troll.
Yeah.
What did you do today?
Well, you do kind of schlub it out when you're here, right? Nobody gets dressed up.
We're on the radio, man.
Nobody are on camera now.
We're on YouTube. Everybody could get on YouTube.
Would you be upset though if they didn't notice?
No,
Like if you put like a lot of effort into the morning because you had to be somewhere and like nobody noticed that you got your hair cut.
a lot of effort. Like if I was wearing
Yeah.
like a really nice outfit.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it would piss me off.
Yeah. Well,
If I stepped up with something
Yeah,
that I
like
thought looked sharp, but
What's-
nobody
and
said anything.
said anything.
Yeah.
okay, fine. Yes, I guess. But when I don't know what man would go out of their way to dress up like that for no reason. Okay, I know one man. Other than this one man I know,
Well, you know one guy.
one guy.
We always ask them sometimes like, "Where are you going after the show?" And
Yeah.
you're like, "Wegmans."
252 WCMF. If we're talking haircuts,
Yeah.
Tommy is insisting you need to find a salon with a Z at the end of it so they can make you look as good as possible.
Yes.
Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
Morning, folks. How we doing today?
Good, man.
It's raining, so I can find a parking spot in Canal. That's great to start with.
Oh, it's Skinny
So,
Atlas, Mike.
Yeah, Skinny Mike. Old man Skinny Mike. I guess we're going there. Yeah. So I'm just wondering, like here in Skinny you have to have an appointment to get your hair cut, or you got to go over to like the Dirty Burn in Auburn and go to the prisons and have them cut your hair. But I was just wondering, so do you guys have to make an appointment to get your hair done? Like I said, and it's a major event in my family. If the women get their hair cut, it's a national holiday.
So I have appointments through the end of the year with Mary Lou.
You have standing appointments.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we
You
write
make
out.
your next appointment.
Yeah,
There
I
you
had to
go.
make the appointment because she gets booked up.
Okay.
So it's every Saturday. I do Saturdays at
I
8
don't
o'clock
know.
in the morning.
Yeah. I just
That
walk
sounds a
in
little
because
fun
I'm.
to me. I don't know, Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, I just walk in because I'm.
Well, I thought you hit the drive-through window.
Is that what you think? Yeah.
Here's $10 to screw up my social life.
Would you get in a fight with a pair of garden shears? Mike, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Mike.
So yeah, my appointments are set for the year.
I think you think this makes you sound more sophisticated than
I
it does.
am.
No.
And I hit the tanning. I hit the
What?
coloring thing.
Got that?
Yeah.
What, did she accidentally cut
you-
your mouth?
Do you sit under the hair
Yes.
dryer?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, the shortest period of time ever. All 3 hairs are done. Oh, we have a dynamite comb your haircut a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
I think we're already well into bitching each other out.
It's just bitch. It's a circular firing of Bitch Squad.
Yeah.
Bitch Boys Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock this morning, and we have something in front of us that's stunning.
What's that?
Well, look, when you live somewhere, it can be hard to realize that things are changing. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you look around one day and you're like, whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa, 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 whoa. Because forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, there was one town and one town only that was the cream of the crop to live in, hang out in
Oh, yeah.
Rochester, right?
Yeah.
We have a study in front of us, and it's done by a national group
Oh.
that we're ranking the best places to live in the United States. And it turns out that there are a handful of places from the greater Rochester area on this list.
No kidding.
We also have the top 10 places to live according to the study in the greater Rochester area.
Wow.
Yeah.
What? Well, we know who crushed.
What's Dewey?
If the study's legit, yeah.
It's like the
Unless somebody got paid off.
It's like the philosopher Robert Dylan once said, "You better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone."
That guy's still Dylan stuff?
Times they are changing. We'll get to that
All right.
just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy,
Yeah.
speaking of Pittsford, there is a major event working its way through Pittsford, Spencerport, Brockport, Fairport coming up soon.
Yeah.
And I think it's time we pull out. We haven't done this in a while. Everyone's favorite break room game.
What's that?
Is Tommy impressed? We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Big event coming through Pittsford.
Nice.
Happens annually. And here's the thing. I mean, we've talked about this briefly in the past,
Yeah.
but I don't think we've ever really gotten into how remarkable this is.
Yeah.
And not only would it be a pretty remarkable, like, personal accomplishment, it allows you to do something that almost no one else does.
Oh.
An experience that you may treasure for the rest of your life.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, there is a woman east of us who is in some trouble.
Oh.
And you absolutely should not do what this woman is accused
Yeah.
of doing. But past the actual charges she's facing, it gets worse for her. Because if, as an adult, you decide to do this in your neighborhood, no matter what you do afterwards,
Yeah.
you will be branded with this name for the rest of your life. And we'll tell you what it is just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. It's time for everyone's favorite break room segment. Is Tommy impressed? This year
Yeah.
is the 27th annual 8-day Erie Canal cycling event.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're not familiar with this, folks start in Buffalo on their bicycle.
Yeah. It's amazing.
And they pedal from Buffalo
Yeah.
all the way to Albany over those 8 days.
Yeah. And they camp out and the whole thing, right?
You got it. So folks from the Parks and Trails New York put it on. It's about a 5 to 5.5 hour car ride.
Yeah.
And they're doing this all on their bikes.
Yep.
Across the entire state of New York.
On that narrow little path.
Yeah, you got it. There are hundreds of people who do this every year. In fact, 10NBC did a story about it last night. Their anchor, Brett Davidson, who was doing the story, has been one of these people with
What?
his family who did this.
No.
Why are you doing that?
No, I'm listening. I'm taking it all in.
Look, for a man who's dressed like he's ready to bike from
You
Buffalo to
are,
Albany.
you are.
Okay. Tommy,
Yeah.
biking the entire length of the Erie Canal, are you impressed?
No, it's pointless.
What is
I mean,
pointless?
it's a still far distance. Is it just the canal? That the fact that they're doing it on the canal, is that what bothers
They do
you?
not get on. They stop. I mean, if you did it like nonstop, like a Iron Man kind
It's
of thing.
363 miles.
What's the Tour de France, man?
Kimmy, can you Google what the average
Those guys
stage-
don't take a break.
They don't. They take several breaks. Doesn't the Tour de France go for like a month?
Yeah, those guys don't stop.
They tour the France. That's
Yeah.
what that's for. That's what that's French
they
for.
whiz right on the bikes, man.
Tour.
They whiz.
They do that. But the point I make, yeah, there's several stages.
It's
But
that, bro.
two
If you saw the crew of people that do this, man,
What?
they're a bunch of pedal pricks. It isn't like a bunch of Lance Armstrongs going by.
Yeah.
It's like people like,
You have to be in good shape.
no, you don't. I'm telling you, you don't. I've seen it, man.
All right, let's talk
the
about-
bike does all the work.
No, the bike does not have a motor on it.
Yeah, but still, man.
All right, let's time out. First of all, you did that thing you always do that bothers me. You pick like the pinnacle of something and compare the
I
average
know.
person. You're not Lance Armstrong. Yeah, no kidding. Lance Armstrong wasn't Lance Armstrong. He needed drugs to do
True.
it.
Okay, so the Tour de France
Yeah.
is 2,200 miles.
Okay.
And it's typically split over 23 days.
So 2,200 miles, 23 days. Is that 100 miles a day?
And by the way, they're
Yeah.
going up mountains and stuff. They're
Yeah,
going
each
doing
day
the Alps.
averages around 100 miles. Yep.
Okay, so this would be 3 stages of the Tour,
Okay.
3.5 stages of the Tour de France, and you want them to do it in one shot. You're an idiot.
Hey, the other thing I hate about it, when they come through,
Yeah.
you can't use the canal.
Oh,
Well,
no,
how
you
long-
can't use the canal.
Because there's like 500 of them.
Oh, my goodness. No, I pay taxes.
You're
Yeah,
Turn
but
it
damn
what,
right.
down.
what does that take? Like an hour?
No, it takes
to
a
do?
while.
Your ass is wet like the canal.
They got to stop, take pictures, get a
Okay,
sandwich.
This might be a dumb question.
Good.
But do they all bike back?
No, I think it's one and done.
Yeah,
I think they just go one
you get a
way.
ride back.
And then you get like a bus back or something?
Yeah, I've no. Well,
What do
252
they do with all the
WCMF.
bikes?
252
I'm just curious how this works.
Is there
They
some-
lose. They lose probably 10% of those bikers. Every
Shut
year.
up. All right.
No, I just mean because they just go to Starbucks and then they screw it
So you're on a bike
Yeah.
in the elements in the summertime.
with a group. And it's like 500 people.
and you're biking 363 miles. That's what? I mean, that's like 45 miles a day. That is impressive.
That's a good stuff. If I did it, you'd laugh at it.
No, I know you can't. You can't physically do it. I know you could. You can't. You think you could do that?
Pedal.
All right.
Yeah.
Serious question, because we are not
You're talking kid skid marks. Right
King.
there.
No,
King skid marks.
I agree. You are King skid marks.
And I was the wheelie king also of Chicano Way.
the wheelie king of Chicano Way. We would crush if we put that on
Yeah,
a
we
T-shirt and
would.
sold it at the rock shop.
I could catwalk that mofo.
Shut up. All right. 252 WCMF as we talk about the 27th annual 8-day
Douche-a-thon.
Buffalo to Albany bike ride on the Erie Canal. You said the bike does all the work.
Yeah.
We are not cyclists. To the cyclists that are listening to this show, how easy would it be to pull this off? Like, could the average person without any training do this in 8 days? Because, like, there are some folks who can just get off the couch and run a 5K.
Yeah, like some people are just built that way.
Yeah, but no one can run a marathon without training.
I don't know.
Despite the fact terrible time Timmy thought he was going to do that.
Yeah.
Could just the average person, Tommy, well, no, because you're old.
I would think like maybe you.
Could Kimmy right now bike
Of course
this?
she's in good
no,
shape. She's
I
an
think
athlete.
like after 2 days you'd be like, you're gonna be sore because the thing is like the more breaks you take, the more time your body's like, all right, let's recover now. And when you get back on that bike for like day 3, you're gonna be hurting.
But bro, you put it in the top gear. It's a 10-speed, right? So once you're in your 10th speed gear, the bike's just sailing along. You ain't doing crap.
You're pedaling
Yeah, and
the
you're
bike.
in like a certain position the whole time. Like your back's
By the
gonna
way,
be killing
it's
you.
pretty much a straight shot. There's a couple of turns.
The turns aren't what the problem.
What's the problem?
It's the ups and the downs.
It always is. How many ups and downs
Probably
are
more
there,
than you
man?
think.
I don't know. Why would you need locks in the canal,
But
stupid?
those are it isn't like you're
Those
like,
are the lock
like you're
exists.
doing a hill climb on a motocross.
Doesn't
Again,
take-
on motocross with an engine, you idiot. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just throwing words
For those
out.
mountain bike kids.
Mountain bike kids.
Yeah.
Was that the gang on Chicano Way you were fighting against? Here come the mountain bike kids, guys. Chase it. It's a fuzz.
Doesn't take much of a hill for it to start hurting.
And, like, think about this. Kimmy's right. When your body starts to get sore,
Yeah.
you also don't have the luxury of your bed. You're sleeping in a tent.
Do
Yeah.
they sleep in tents or are there hotel stops along the way?
I thought we had heard.
I thought
Because you have
I
to-
think they have all their stuff
You know
on
what?
them.
He said tent one time
well,
a couple
I'm
years
thinking
ago.
because then you'd have to haul all your stuff with you.
So a lot of
which
these
would be
bikes have like
difficult.
saddlebags like you see on a motorcycle.
For a tent, though?
Yeah, because it's like a little
Okay,
pop-up.
he's just making stuff up.
I don't know.
He's just making stuff
I'm
up.
curious now.
I'm
By the way,
realizing.
if you stay in a hotel week,
What do you think the Tour
Well,
de
yeah,
France does?
those guys sleep out in the wilderness,
No, they
man.
don't,
They
man.
curl up in the orchards.
Really? Is that where
And
they
then
were?
they eat the grapes, and then they go back.
Is that where they were blood doping with
Yes.
machines every night? Where'd they plug those in? Stupid.
I don't know.
I'm realizing now all the information I have from this is from Tommy, and he's just been making this up.
I know.
He knows nothing about it. 252 WCMF. Look, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Not only is this bike ride from Buffalo to Albany over 8 days impressive, it sounds like it could be a fun experience.
How?
You're seeing
People do it again and again.
Yeah, and Kimmy, you get to see the entire state on a bicycle.
You get to see the entire canal on a bicycle, and there's only a few nice spots on the canal.
You don't know
Oh my
that.
God, how would you know?
You've
You've only seen like
the nicest spot.
Rochester, the Rochester area of the canal. Have
Well,
you
you-
ever seen like what it's like in Buffalo? I haven't.
You've seen the nicest spot? You've seen Fairport?
Fairport's nice. It ain't Pittsford.
Oh, Fairport's way nicer than Pittsford.
Really? You can't get alpaca socks over there.
You might be able to get alpaca socks over there.
I don't know.
You can't get alpaca socks, but I can get fried chicken and drugs, allegedly, in the
Okay.
same place.
That would be nice.
No, I would argue, like, the way that everything's worked out in Fairport, that Fairport has a much nice part of the canal.
I wouldn't say much nicer. It's about dead even.
No, if it's dead even.
Maybe
You know what
dead
they
even.
say, Kimmy? If you're even, you're leaving. Fairport now ahead.
Ooh.
And by the way, you got that stretch from you pull out of Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
You get that rank ass stretch of industrial anal crack all the way to Gates.
Did you say?
Before
I think anal crack is redundant.
industrial
Industrial
anal
anal crack.
crack. You know what it looks like, one man.
It sounds like a band that plays at Water Street. We're industrial anal crack, thank you. The fist.
Rock on.
Why the fist? Is that
That's
doing
where
a
the fist is
double
going. I
orange
know where the
juice?
fist is going.
Okay, Kim,
Right by the industrial anal crack.
I'd like to talk to Kimmy now for
Go
a
ahead.
little
Like now
while.
that I'm thinking about it, I've never seen the canal in any other place but Rochester. So I have no idea what it's like in other cities.
Why would you?
They're not nice. They don't
don't-
use
How do you
it.
know?
They don't utilize it.
No, isn't
There
there?
could be a Pittsford of Syracuse. I don't even know. Do they go straight through Syracuse?
Well, that's a good question. I would
Oh.
imagine, right? Because that was like the artery of industry.
Yeah.
So, back when that's how they move stuff.
Yeah.
So it would have to be. Like, I would assume it touches Albany, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo,
Yeah.
and all parts in between. What's that town in Buffalo? Not East Aurora, maybe. It's got the outdoor hockey rink. It's like a little main street. Does the canal go through there? Because if so, that's a nice part of Buffalo.
Okay. But there isn't a lot. And after that, I don't know how much scenery you're taking in when you're just crammed in a small path with 500 people pedaling.
Okay, do we know it's 500 people? Because, again, you just make stuff
Bro,
up.
it's packed, and they kick up so much goddamn dust
Do
and
you
stuff.
hear yourself? They kick up so much dust.
You can't enjoy the canal.
I pay taxes. I pay my anti-dust tax.
Yes.
Where's my money going?
It gets in my eyes. I get a sty.
Troy writes us on Instagram.
Troy sounds like a biker. He's even got like those little nameplates. Troy.
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, bro, I'm the same height as Tommy. The only bike that fits us is a BMX, so there's no way he can make that bike trek. No, we can get Tommy a little boy's bike. Go down to Bert's Boys Bikes and Bees.
Bert's
Boys Bikes and Bees.
Yeah, you go down there, you meet 3 Berts and a boy.
Kimmy, is this something a husband and wife would do together?
Oh, that would be misery.
But it does.
I would think like you'd have to have some prior biking experience with your significant other. I wouldn't like just do this first.
Tell me if you think I'm wrong. When it comes to people you see out cycling, because Rochester is a big cycling community.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would argue the physical activity you see couples doing the most is cycling. You see a
Yeah.
lot of husbands and wives on
I
bikes.
almost wonder if do people meet that way and find that they have that in common, because you're right, and they're usually very in shape people.
You mean like you accidentally run into the back of someone and you're kind of into it?
Okay.
That's a good question.
It would
Like,
be a
have you
great
always
test
been
of your
into
marriage.
it? I always assume they didn't get into it together; they were already into it.
That's a good point. Why would this be a good test?
Like if you want to really test your marriage, you and your old lady do this. 3 days pedaling.
8 days.
8 days, even worse. And see if you don't want to kill each other at the end.
Okay, but I mean, how much are you even talking to someone when you're riding
Yeah,
this?
like I mean, I would almost think like an 8-day road trip in a car would be more difficult than 8 days on a bike.
Because let's say you start going, right, and one of you starts going faster than the other, right?
Okay.
And you got to say, come on, man, keep up. Let's go.
No, but it's not a race, and you're in
Yeah.
a pack anyway.
No, but
Yeah.
you're going to want to, like, encourage each other, push each other.
Yeah, my wife does hate that.
Yeah. You would be divorced at the end of this thing.
Okay, well,
There,
there's
there would be a crew of lawyers waiting for you.
a crew of
Yeah.
lawyers.
That's what you call a group of lawyers.
A crew.
Yes.
Gotcha. Let's take a break.
All right.
Look, the allegations this woman is facing not good.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some things you just don't do. This is one of them, especially with a kid. But if you ever do
Yeah.
what this woman did, you're screwed for the rest of your life.
Oh, wow.
You will never be able to scrub this name, no matter what you do afterwards, off of you. And there's proof of this. Because every single person listening to this show, when we tell you what this woman accused of, will remember the person from their neighborhood that did this. And
Yeah.
we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. There are a couple of rules as a grown-ass person you should always follow.
Okay.
And you could argue this woman, if the allegations are true, broke all of them.
Wow.
Because when you are caught doing something like this, there is really no coming back from it. And you will live the rest of your life and die with this label that nobody wants. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Yeah, buddy, we're going to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also just after 7 o'clock. We have an independent group, not from our area, that put out a surprising study.
Oh,
It turns out there are a couple of towns in our area that are some of the best to live in America.
look at that.
But on top of that, they rank the top 10 places, towns, villages, neighborhoods
Yeah.
that were appealing to live in our region.
Mm.
And we all think we know which town is the best. But when you are somewhere for too long, you're unable to see the changes that are happening around you.
Oh,
And it seems, at least based on this,
yeah.
something's changing. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
You want to take a trip out to the village of Perry?
Oh, sure. What's going on?
That's where we find a 44-year-old woman who did something no adult should ever do. All right, first off, it's never a good idea to yell at a kid that is not yours.
Yes.
That causes all kinds of problems.
Sure.
But please say that's exactly what this woman did.
She lit a kid up.
According to the Batavia Daily News, this woman yelled at a 15-year-old. And we don't know what the interaction was
Okay.
about. We don't know why she was upset. However,
Yeah.
authorities say she told the 15-year-old, and I quote, "I will put you in the ground," and they were done for.
Okay. Put you in the ground and you're done for.
Yes. You definitely shouldn't threaten to put a teenager in the
No.
ground.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
So put that on the list of
Yeah.
things not to do today.
Yeah.
She was arrested, charged with endangering the welfare of a child, second-degree harassment, among other things. Her bail was set at $10,000.
Damn.
And there was an order of protection issued on behalf of, it sounds like, the 15-year-old kid.
Mm-hmm.
I am dying to know. We're never going to know.
Nope.
But what led to the
No.
allegations
Wait,
where?
yeah.
Like what set her off?
What could a 15-year-old kid do where?
Oh, just about everything. A 15-year-old kid could get into everything under your skin.
Okay, but this woman's 44.
I understand.
Yeah.
Right?
But think of a kid with a mouth.
Think of a kid with a mouth.
Think
That's
of
all you need, a kid in the mouth.
Okay. Bro,
But
I will confidently say there is nothing a teenager can do where I would threaten to kill them.
no, but it could like push your buttons. Right?
Grind your gears, maybe?
Yeah, a little
Like
bit.
I'm just thinking, like unless like they destroyed something of mine or physically threatened me or something. I can't think of something that would make me that angry
Yeah.
in the moment.
Where I'm going to look at you and say, I will put you in the ground. Okay. So this story, like
Yeah.
we said, not only will we never know what the interaction started,
Yeah.
we'll also never know the relationship between this kid and this woman. And in this case, it doesn't really matter. But when you see people lose it on kids,
Yeah.
at least when we were growing up, most of the time it is either neighborhood kids or kids that are running around the town.
Yeah.
Right? And when you do what this woman is accused of, scream at a kid, you are branded forever as the cranky, crazy-ass
Yes.
neighborhood or town nut job.
Yeah, you get that Karen stamp.
You got it. Doesn't matter why you're yelling at the kid.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter what kind of day you've had or what's going on in your life. Doesn't matter the reputation you had before. When you get caught screaming at a kid that isn't yours and making threats,
Yep.
you are stuck with that Karen, or what's the male version of Karen now?
Oh, do we have a male
I think there is a
version?
male version of Karen. Could you Google it just so we can include everybody? You are stuck with that label
Yeah.
until the day you die.
Oh, yeah.
You don't seem bothered by that.
Oh, yeah.
A Kevin? A Ken.
A Ken?
Oh, a Ken. Like
So a Ken
guy.
and a Karen.
All right.
Okay.
I don't seem what? Bothered?
You don't seem bothered by the fact that you would have that label for the rest of your life.
I mean, I wouldn't personally do it, but I've been yelled at as a kid like that.
Uh-huh.
And I kind of get why the guy did it. You know what I mean? Now looking back, I was a dick.
Okay.
And I would, also I was a smirky, wise ass.
Oh, you were
like that.
smirking and jerking?
Smirking, jerking, and wise assing.
One of the worst law firms in Rochester. Do not go to those guys.
We had a neighbor that threatened to crucify me one time.
Crucify
Wow.
you?
Crucify me.
Man.
Yes.
Were you scared as a kid, or did you laugh?
No, I was laughing. I knew the guy.
I mean, it's hard to crucify someone.
Well, I know, but I didn't know, like, as a kid, like, if you were like, okay, I'm not going to mess with that guy anymore.
No, it was, my parents, when we lived in Florida, we lived in a condo.
Okay.
So like 2 buildings over, we had to move our cars one night. So I just stuck the car in, I guess, this guy's like spot. So he called my old man up to tell me to come move the car. So my old man goes, just move the goddamn car to shut the guy up. So I said, come down there. He's waiting for me. He goes, you goddamn you lays. Like, he's already got the finger. I can hear him. He's got the finger out already.
By the way, it's also not just Tommy, it's all of you
Yeah, all of you
ladies.
ladies.
Which I agree with, by the way.
He goes, I'm going to crucify you. And I'm like, I started laughing, man. Like, he's just this old chain-smoking drunk.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this 44-year-old woman accused of telling a 15-year-old, yelling at a 15-year-old and saying, I will put you in the ground and that you are done for. Would the average grown-ass person be bothered by that Karen, Ken reputation in their neighborhood? Because, look, in this story, this woman, if the allegations are true, obviously has bigger problems than just her reputation.
Yeah.
And I guess there would be positives to having that reputation. I mean, you wouldn't have to deal with anybody anymore.
Nope.
There would be no small talk.
No.
You're probably not going to get a ring at the doorbell for, like, would you like to buy a candy bar or a magazine?
No.
Hey, your
subscription,
days are pretty freed up now.
right? But everyone would be talking behind your back and calling you.
you're never going to recover. And if you need something from a neighbor, forget about it. Like, every once in a while, you may need some help from a neighbor, and I don't know who's jumping in to help you after that.
Here's the way I look at it. Like, if you take an average neighborhood, 10 to 20 houses, right?
Yeah.
Let's say.
Sure.
So, in that group, you're right. You're isolated.
Yeah.
2 of those houses are going to agree with you.
Okay, even if they agree with you, they will not
They
be
still don't wanna
seen
be
publicly. Yes.
associated.
Yeah, but we'll have that little.
You won't. No, but see, it's idiots like you.
You see me
I think
walking
you're
out.
gonna have some like secret neighborhood society of like jerks.
Yes,
Secret neighborhood society of jerks.
the Royal Order of Jerks.
No, but like this is why stuff like this happens because guys like you were convinced, like, yeah, they say they don't like me, but they
They're glad I did it. I stepped up for the whole hood.
So something very interesting is happening on Instagram right now.
What happened?
Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get us. I have 3 women that are borderline defending the woman facing these allegations. All right. Lori writes, Duffy, does she have a daughter? We don't know in this story. Because Mama Bear may have to come out to protect her.
Okay.
Stephanie writes us on Instagram, 44 is premenopausal. I get it. Maybe not in the ground, but I get losing it. Shelly writes us on Instagram. If someone hurt one of my pets, I would absolutely say that to someone. I don't care how old they are. Don't mess with my pets. Normally, we have old guys coming in here. These are women that look like they're in their 30s, 40s, and 50s that are coming in like, give this woman a break.
All valid arguments.
No, what?
I could see like if you
Defending your child.
a kid, if there's a kid involved,
yeah.
especially, I think people may overreact.
I'll
to
put
things.
you in the ground?
Maybe not to that extent.
No, but that's what happened. That's what she allegedly said.
Yeah.
Well, Perry's a tough town, man. It's country tough.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I know I've been to Perry.
Yeah, it's hard country.
I can't place Perry in my house. I can't
We've
close
done
my
shows
eyes.
in Perry.
I understand. I've done shows a lot of places, man. I've been to Perry in Ontario, and that's about it. And a song.
Get off the stage, I'll bury you.
252 WCMF. Why are women coming to the defense of this woman?
I guess they could see themselves defend. It sounds like it's a lot of defending something, whether it's a child or a pet
or menopause. Or the changes.
Okay.
I mean, them changes, man, I'm telling you.
Like
nobody understands them.
in their mind, they're picturing they have to step in because something they love is being threatened.
Okay. I'm alarmed
Yeah.
that this many women are like, hey, give this woman who threatened to put allegedly a 15-year-old in the ground a break. And we only have one side of the story,
Right.
True.
right? But still, it's a 15-year-old kid.
I understand, it should always be the adult in the room.
All right. Going back to this discussion about whether or not you would want this reputation of a Karen, a Ken, that person who flips out in the neighborhood at a kid. You realize no one respects that person.
No,
right?
probably not.
Like, they don't think you're tough. In fact, it's usually the opposite. Because if you were tough, You'd be screaming at a grown-ass person, not a kid. Like that guy who threatened to crucify you.
Yes.
He'd have screamed at your old man, not the itty-bitty baby boy who was coming down to move the car.
But my old man sent me down to move the car.
Also a coward.
Yeah.
You're all cowards.
Yes.
And like Kimmy said, if you ever need help from your neighbors down the road, which you will,
Yeah, true.
this is going to eliminate that.
Yeah.
You have that reputation. And one thing is for sure.
What?
As we have this conversation, whoever the person was that did this when you were a kid to you or your friends pops right in your head.
Yeah.
You never forget that person. I got the guy in my head. Kimmy, you got the person in your head right now?
Yep.
Okay. And you just brought up your guy.
But they're all guys. Like in my generation,
right.
they were all guys. Like there was no female hothead
Okay.
when I was coming up as a kid until like later when I saw like chicks lose it. Like my mother's generation, that was not allowed.
Okay, so then I'm going to ask this question.
What's that?
As we go back to referencing Lori, Stephanie, and Shelley, who sound like they may be trying to defend this woman.
Yeah.
What the hell happened the last 30 years with the rise of the
Hothead. The lady hothead.
Lady hothead. What happened? Is it in the? Are they drinking more milk, as you like to say with the
Could
kids?
be that.
All the hormones in the milk.
But now that society's changed and women are freer to speak their mind, my mother couldn't speak her mind.
Okay.
My mother would have to. If my mother had an issue, she'd have to go home and tell her husband.
Okay.
That's where it ended. You know what I mean?
Thanks a lot, Susan B. Anthony.
Yeah.
Now you got crazy women yelling.
She opened up the hothead. Yeah, she might have been the original hothead.
Yeah,
Well,
every single.
She stood up for herself.
She was pretty pissed.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see one picture where she's smiling. Man, that chick looked perpetually pissed off at something.
She meant business.
Well, but here's the thing.
You drinking over there?
But she had a reason to be angry.
Yes, like that's a legitimate.
Yeah.
You should be in church.
If they arrested her and she's like, "I'll put you in the ground," I get that. Well, what the hell could have happened in Perry? What the hell could have happened if the allegations are true? Like, Kimmy, Tommy's already at this spot in his life where he's too much of a coward to yell at a kid.
Yeah.
Because every child that is above an eighth grader is bigger than him.
Oh, that joke just hangs around.
Not your joke. I rewrote it. It's mine now. I want to believe, Kimmy, that I will never, you're not Kimmy, that I will never hit a spot in my life where I have an inkling to do this.
Ooh.
Should we not be confident in that? You and I?
I'm not confident in that.
You think that you could see yourself screaming at a 15-year-old?
I don't know. Give me some time. Let me age a little bit, and I don't know it's gonna make me angry 20, 30 years from now.
Okay.
And we know she snaps.
Oh yeah, she does snap.
Because she holds it in, and
And again, if you watch the live stream and listen to the show, the tell that Kimmy's about to lose it is she starts doing a dolphin impression.
Yeah.
She puts one finger on the side of her mouth. She goes, and then she starts saying things. Okay.
I've literally never done that.
Kimmy, we have audio of you going all flipper on the both of it.
all
Okay.
flipper.
Usually because I can't get a word in.
Oh my God! Here we go. What?
But I think
Say what you want to say.
I'm at a point in my life where kids doing something doesn't bother me as much as older people because it's in my mind like you should know better.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Like
No,
if
I get it.
if
I
I
get it
saw like an
100%.
older person, I don't know, doing something out in front of my house that I would think a teenager should be doing, not an older guy that should know better, that would upset me more than a 15-year-old doing or saying something.
I'm with you 100%. What I guess I'm trying to figure out is there going to be a point in our lives as we leave the corpse over in his chair?
Jesus.
Oh, did that hurt your butt?
Okay, I'm sitting right here.
Did it hurt your corpse butt? Is your corpse butt all hurt?
Joke's on you. A corpse butt would not hurt because it would be a dead butt with
no feeling in that thing.
No nerve endings in said dead butt.
I mean, at what age does, Kimmy, do you go from understanding the folly of youth
I guess
to
it's
being
when
furious by it? If that makes sense.
I don't know. I've already seen it show up in some 30 or some 30-something, so maybe it's here already and we just haven't experienced it yet.
Let's hope it never comes out. All right, we're going to take a break.
Okay.
It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Bitchy bitch time.
Bitchy bitch time.
That's right.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And look, I'm going to say this right out of the gate.
All
All right? I did not do this. This is not me.
Oh.
This is a study done by an independent group that is not from our area.
Oh, all right.
However, what we are going to learn here about the not only best places to live in America, where a couple of places show up
Yeah.
in our area, but they rank the top 10 places in our area to buy a home and live. Maybe things are changing. And when you stand back
Okay.
with this information,
Mhm.
what it says in this study makes sense. It makes more sense than you want to believe, because one little man who may or may not be wearing a tracksuit is about to kick and scream for a town that he is not actually a part of.
Because it's a jive-ass list.
You don't even know what I'm about to say,
Oh,
man.
I know it's jive.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. We like to think we have an idea of the best places in the greater Rochester.
Oh, sure.
Where folks want to live, where they want to spend time, where they want to call home. But here's the thing. Sometimes being too close to a place can mess with the way that you think. And we have something in front of us that may be rock solid proof of that. And I need you to listen.
I'm going to open mind.
Look, I know you're going to throw a temper tantrum.
No.
I need you to listen before you start kicking your little baby legs.
Yeah, listen.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. But before we do, it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid.
Why would you do that?
Or say they're dressed like a Soviet hockey coach that disappeared after the 1980 Olympics.
Did they kill that guy?
I don't know. He's still alive.
Oh, he is?
They brought a double out after they killed him. You got to really hurt someone, something along the lines of...
I'm Pat Duffy. I wanted to dress up like some kind of like low-end lumberjack today that only chops down lemon trees because I'm a little lumberjack-looking little bitch.
Why would you chop down a lemon tree?
Yeah.
What's that?
Why would you chop down a lemon
Well, they're very
tree?
easy to do.
No, but it keeps producing lemons.
Yeah,
You're not going to make
seems-
paper out of
yeah.
it. It doesn't even make sense.
Seems pointless.
Why don't you think about your jokes? I thought really hard about my Soviet coach being killed and replaced by a double after Stalin. We take all your bitch voices. We run it back for you. We call Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now. On CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to have everybody over for Memorial Day and serve them low hot dogs and busted burgers because I'm just a busted low hot dog serving little Memorial Day bitch.
Because I got low cash, son. Oh, yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah, no.
And I don't think I have the ability to tuck and roll out of a rolling car into the water because I'm a scared ass not James Bond. Be a little bitch.
A water jug, 2.5 water jugs full of chains.
Ooh, I'm a water jug billionaire.
My name's Chuckles, and I'm going to hit on a radio station thousands of miles away because I'm sad, lonely, don't know how radio works. And I'm going to hit on a little block because I'm just a bitch-ass bitch.
That's all I got for you, sir.
Am I sleepy? Got a little sleepy on my. I come in here all the time, running my mountain. I'm sleepy. I come in. I'm and I can't do the bitch word. Dude, well, I screwed up again, but you're still a bitch. You know, so Troy, I was fortunate enough to go over to England for that Bills game.
Yeah, I heard all about it. It was in the papers.
Ooh, where were you?
Ooh, I'm sorry.
I was in London.
Well, I got this friend, too, and he's afraid of HBO coming to his football team and watching them practice and do jumping jacks because then they won't go to the Super Bowl because somebody said, hey, Josh, how you feeling today? Talk to the people at HBO. Pat's afraid of HBO. You're a cable scared little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
A group called Niche recently completed a study.
Yeah.
Niche runs a website that helps people find places to live based on what they are looking for in life.
Oh.
And they named Monroe County as one of the best places to live in America.
No kidding.
I mean, as cool as it is to hear, it's not surprising anymore, right? Now, we've been getting these stories for a couple of years.
Yeah.
The home prices are reflecting it. And we got great marks in Monroe County for public schools, nightlife, diversity, health and fitness, commute. They say it's good for families and great for jobs. The most surprising part of this,
Yeah.
we got a C+ for cost of living. Everything else I named was either an A or higher. Cost of living is starting to go down. Like, as in, like,
It costs a little bit more.
yes.
Right.
Well, because of the housing prices.
Understood, but it's weird to live in Rochester and see like one of the knocks against us is how much it costs
Affordability.
to
Yeah.
live here. But this study, Tommy, went a step further.
Fantastic.
They did a Where They Wine and Style list
Damn.
of the best suburbs and neighborhoods in the city of Rochester to live. And they ranked the top 10 in the greater Rochester area. Tommy?
Yeah.
Would you like to guess which place in the greater Rochester area came in first?
What do you think?
Go ahead.
Number one, Pittsford. It
Wrong.
wasn't.
Wrong.
What kind of jive?
Brighton came in number 1. They were given an A+ grade. But, of course, coming in second was
Pittsford.
wrong.
You're
Fairport.
kidding me.
Fairport,
Knew
Kimmy
it.
nailed it, got an A grade. So third place.
Ooh, you guys are falling.
It's got to be Pittsford.
Wrong. Cobb's Hill,
Cobb's Hill.
followed by Upper Monroe. Allow me to go down the rest of the top 10.
Upper
Those are kind of
Monroe?
those are very close.
Those
to
are
each other.
neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Okay, they also
They're not
rank,
even towns.
They also rank neighborhoods in the city of Rochester.
Oh, by the
much,
way-
much like we do in Where They Widen.
But none of those places have the same. The highest ranked high schools are in Pittsford.
Okay, can I go down the
Go
list?
ahead.
Can I
Yeah.
continue to go down the list? So
I guess that's something else you can go down on.
What? Your mom's not here. I thought you checkmated me, didn't you? But it ended up me doing sexual stuff to your mom. How's that? So we have Brighton, Fairport, Cobbs Hill, Upper Monroe.
All right.
Going down the rest of the top 10. Swilberg, the
Swilberg.
Strong neighborhood, Irondequoit, the Culver-Winton neighborhood, Honeyway Falls, and then the Pearl Monroe area.
Are there a lot of people that live in the Strong neighborhood?
Yes, a lot of medical professionals live in the Strong neighborhood.
It doesn't
of
seem like a
money.
big population of people.
So all of those towns we
Yeah.
just named, towns and neighborhoods, were given A grades. This study not only did not name Pittsford as number
How about
one.
Victor didn't get a shout?
Well, that's Ontario County. This is Monroe County.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Not only was Pittsford not named number one, they did not list Pittsford as a top 10 place to live in Monroe County.
That tells me this is a crap list.
Really?
Yes.
And it has to be affordable to people.
None of those places are affordable. Brighton's not affordable.
Well, no. I mean,
More affordable than others.
yeah, compared to
Than
Pittsford,
Brighton's got big houses, too.
Brighton's got big houses,
Yes,
too.
they do. Yeah.
You think this list is wrong?
Yes.
Why?
Pittsford should be number one. It's always number one.
No, it's not, actually. It's not even in the top 10. I just read you the list. An independent list made by a group of people that are not from
So
here.
what's the criteria to be number one?
So I just gave it to you. Public schools, nightlife,
Okay.
diversity, health and fitness, commute, good for
By the way,
families,
what
jobs,
nightlife you
cost
got
of
going on
living.
in Brighton?
What nightlife you got going on in Pittsford?
You've got 7 of the best restaurants in this city, in this county, in one town.
If you're not
You-
watching the
you
live
have-
stream,
You have good restaurants, but there are other places that have had a ton of new business popping up lately, and I don't know if Pittsford's really had that.
And by the way, Swilberg with your Jackwad brew hub.
Swilberg with the Jackwad Brew Hub.
I bet you couldn't point.
Wait, that sounds like an old mountain country song. Swilberg with the Jackwad Brew Hub. Swilberg.
Doo-dah, doo-dah.
Sorry, Jimmy, you're
I bet you couldn't point to Swilberg on a map.
I've been to Swilberg. I used to do gigs down
You've
there.
been there.
Where, no. They called your act Swill. Where's Swilberg?
It's right. It's basically right next to Goodman. Right there where you have the Highland Diner and the cinema.
Okay, all right, fair
I've
enough.
lived here for
Yeah.
32 years. You don't think
No,
I've been
I don't
around?
know.
You say a lot of
I
dumb
know,
stuff.
and you
I
haven't
wasn't
been-
always 66.
You don't hang out there that often.
Well,
so.
what am I going there now
And
for?
you look like it.
To get my wallet back?
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF. Why would they'll give it back? It had nothing in it. As we look at this list again, done by a company called Niche that runs a website that helps people find cities to live based on what they're looking for. They named Monroe County one of the best counties to live in America, which is not surprising. But they ranked the top 10 places to live in the greater Rochester area. Brighton, Fairport, Cobbs Hill, Upper Monroe, Swilberg, Strong Neighborhood, Irondequoit, Culver-Winton, Honeyway Falls, and the Pearl Monroe area. Pittsford did not make the top 10. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
For years, Pittsford has been the place to be.
Yeah.
A shining town on a hill.
It's where all the money is.
Okay. But let me ask you a serious question.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Right now,
Yeah.
what does Pittsford have to offer that these other places we named don't?
I mean, it's just a nice area.
All right, let's talk about Brighton and Fairport. Kimmy,
Okay, Fairport's due for a. Fairport's had a nice run.
they've only they just started.
Yeah.
They're getting ready for a slump.
Can I make a point?
They're
Can I-
getting ready for a slump.
Big time slump.
like the
coming to-
slump that Pittsford's
Yeah.
apparently in right now?
No, you know what Fairport is? New money. They flash in new money. Where Pittsburgh's old school money, man. That's where all the money started.
Brighton and Fairport have a quaint area.
Yeah. But they ruined it with all the crap.
They
for it.
have great school districts, if that's what you're looking for. But folks aren't having as many kids, and they're waiting longer to have kids, so maybe school districts aren't important. When it comes stuff to do, nightlife, Pittsford is better than the bars in Swilberg, Irondequoit, Culver-Winton.
Depends what you're looking for.
But that's what I mean. Is
You're looking for a
Pittsford
class time, or you want to, puke in your shoes?
puke in your shoes?
That would be hard. You have to take off your shoes to puke in them.
Why am I doing this? What a mistake I made. Look, yes, Pittsford has very expensive homes.
Yeah.
But outside of that, what else does it have?
Class. Number one in class.
You can't name me a single real thing.
I just said class.
No,
class is
give me a real
thing.
thing. Give me a tangible thing.
A tangible class thing.
No, yeah. What does Pittsford have other than expensive
Shown
homes?
place.
Fairport's
That's
got their Canal
Yeah,
area.
they
Spencerport's got their
crapped it
Canal
up.
area.
They're
They crapped it
equivalent.
up.
I'll tell you what Pittsford's got. It's got a lot of rules. It's got a lot of
Oh,
stuff.
Fairport got rules, bro.
It's got a lot of stuck-up people.
Yes, we got
Do
stuck
you,
up.
when you're out and about in Pittsford, do you see a lot of young people hanging out?
Unfortunately, yes.
No, you don't.
Well, what do you call young people? I see a lot of
Like-
yous.
No, you
Well,
don't.
I'm not young anymore.
And she's not. She's old as crap.
I'm talking like
Hold on to that tape.
20-somethings hanging out, bringing business to your town.
I mean, there's people. But yeah, you know what?
If you go out in Fairport, I think it's gotten much younger.
Same with Brighton.
Again, like people are just discovering it.
Here's what Pittsford has.
What's that?
It's got the right people.
Wow.
With the right people.
And that sentence right there
Well, the right
is why
people.
nobody wants to move to Pittsford anymore.
It's got the old school right people.
Look, based on what we're looking at here, maybe Pittsford doesn't have what folks actually want. Because if we take a look at the other high-end...
Rules and regulations, proper attire, no nose rings
If we
after
take
5.
If we take a look at the other high-end suburbs on this
Yeah.
list, Brighton and Pittsford, Kimmy, they have changed in ways the last 20 years that Pittsford
Well,
has
Brighton
not.
done it. They did crap.
Look, Brighton is still quaint, but they've let new businesses in.
Yeah.
Pittsford does not do that. Fairport is seen as just as high-end as Pittsford now, but it's become an entertainment destination.
And that's where they're going to start going
for
downhill, bro.
whatever you're into. You got bars in the Cannery area, done. Distilleries and craft beer, they've got it. New high-end dining, you can have dinner in a bank vault. Name the last new thing Pittsford put in.
Well, they don't need to. They got it all.
No, they don't. Can I get a tattoo in Pittsford?
No.
No.
I don't think you can get one in Fairport.
Doesn't matter. The point is,
And Fairport's they got issues, man.
give it to me.
I don't know. You want to step out of your car, step on a used condom and beer cans and marijuana cigarettes.
That's all right. I already got puke in my shoes from what happened earlier when I took my shoes off, puked them, and put them back on.
Big shoes.
Okay, we're getting messages. You can get a tattoo in Fairport.
Ah, I like that, stupid. Look, man,
But nobody brags about getting a tattoo in Fairport.
you're sitting here and you're kicking and screaming like a toddler, yelling class and the right people.
Yeah.
Name me
How about Oak Hill?
the last new thing.
Oak
Yeah.
Hill.
Oh, you're breaking it up. Hold on. Let's talk about Oak Hill. Because you're right. Pittsford has Oak Hill.
Yeah.
Who
It's
gets to actually
probably
experience that, though?
one of the top golf courses in the world.
And they don't want you.
Well, because of my height.
No, not you. The majority of people listening to this show, it is bizarre to me
Because they set a standard.
that you can't reach, that nobody listening to this show can reach. It blows my mind in this town.
Yes.
How many people brag about having Oak Hill
Yeah.
here when if you walk up to the gate, they will call the police.
Well,
you
if you
are
don't
not
live-
allowed to join.
If you, yeah.
You're not allowed to join.
Maybe once every 10, 15 years, you get to go walk around.
If there's
Well,
a
I can join
PGA.
if I had-
Yes, exactly.
You need $50,000.
Pretty sweet, huh? I can't go, but it looks pretty good for
Or if you
beyond
know a
the
rich
thing.
person getting married there.
So the one thing you can name that your town has is a place where no one's allowed to go. Pretty cool, huh?
We got stuff.
You have yet to name me a new thing that Pittsford has put into the last
Oh, they
20
had
years.
that vape shop. Yeah, there's a Sega smoke shop.
Yeah, you used to say a smoke shop. No, because Pittsford said
Is that-
no thank you to legal marijuana.
It's called Magic Smoke.
Is that Pittsford or Brighton?
No, it's Pittsburgh. It's right across with the Wegmans.
Because Pittsford passed on legal marijuana, right?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
You have marijuana dispensaries in Pittsford?
Well, what is that Magic Smoke?
Okay,
place?
you keep saying. Let's first. Of
I
all,
don't know
It
what he
could
sells.
It could just be a smoke shop.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm waiting.
Well, we don't need all that.
I'm waiting for the new thing that
Your
Pittsford has
left-handed
put in.
cigarettes. Loud kids. We
they
don't
did not
have
vote
loud
yes.
kids.
Okay. You can't name a single new thing.
We have the most Ivy educated citizens.
No, you don't.
See,
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
You don't think there's more Ivy League
No.
educated people in Pittsburgh than
No,
any other
because
town?
the newest generation doesn't need that degree because mommy and daddy own the businesses and they're going to be
Mm.
CEO one day.
Oh, is that how that works?
Is it not how it works?
No, you still got Danny Wegman went to Harvard. So did his kids. There's a family business where they all went to Harvard.
They live in
And went to-
Canandaigua.
Yeah, but they all went to business school.
Okay,
yeah,
but they don't live in
they're not
Pittsburgh.
from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's got a house in Pittsburgh. He's got a house on the East Avenue.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, that's East Avenue in Pittsburgh.
The East Avenue.
East Avenue in Pittsburgh?
Oh, wife's around.
East Avenue in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
No,
East Avenue, yes.
no. Okay, we've been sitting here for 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You've yelled Oak Hill. You've yelled
Two top
Harvard.
universities.
Okay.
We
Oh,
also Bill's training camp.
Okay, that's 25 years old. Name me.
Well, it's newer.
Name me the coolest thing you've done in the last 20 years in Pittsburgh.
I've done?
No, the town has done.
They got the fly fishing
Okay.
class.
In all seriousness,
Yeah.
with this list, again, done by a company named Niche, that operate a website that helps people find places to live on what they're looking for, naming Monroe County one of the best places to live in America,
Yeah.
and a top 10 ranking of the greatest places in the greater Rochester area to live. Brighton, Fairport, Cobbs Hill, Upper Monroe, Swilberg, Strong Neighborhood, Irondequoit, Culver Winton, Honeyway Falls, and then Pearl, Monroe area. Pittsford not in the top 10. in all seriousness,
Yeah.
this should be a wake-up call.
So
Pittsford.
why?
It kind of feels, and Kimmy, tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm not listening to you anymore.
Bro, these are just trendy, flash in the pan
kind
towns
of feels
that are going to tank Ola.
It kind of feels
What's that?
like Pittsford has been so smug, and it felt like it was so untouchable for so
Superior.
long that they got lapped.
It's Teflon
Well, I
town,
think
baby.
It's not, because you're not in the top 10.
I think
Top
just
10 in some website I've never heard of.
Name me something new in the last 20 years.
Oh, me, I moved in.
I mean, I think Pittsford's catering to an older crowd because
Yes.
it's people that live there are getting older, and younger people can't always come in and buy those homes because they're
Bar's
kind of
too
priced
high.
out.
Okay,
so
great.
I
Good
think
plan.
There's nothing but success in that town.
So I don't know at what point you're going to see that turnover. I don't know when that happens.
It feels like Pittsburgh got left behind. Because, look, the bottom
Left behind.
the bottom line
Was
is
it
this.
Utica?
The bottom line, it's not yet, but do you drink any Pittsburgh Club anymore? Didn't think so. Look, people's priorities change. Look at it this way.
All right.
If you go out of your way to make it super hard to get in the club,
Yeah.
eventually people don't want to go to the club anymore. And proof of that is in every country club in America, right? They're going to go find some place that welcomes them.
Well, I mean,
and
if
then
you
that
wanna-
club,
You want to go slumming in Fairport?
the club dies, man. If you do not let people
Go eat
in.
your fish tacos.
Okay.
Thinking you're all cool on your e-bikes and your scooters.
You see those on the Canal.
Yeah, you do.
Okay. You can live on a Canal. You can have a Marshall's and a Cheesecake Factory. You can bring in
Oh,
enough.
yeah, the Cheesecake Factory. I forgot about that.
Okay. Can you bring in
Bringing
enough?
factory jobs back to America.
Can you bring in enough alpaca and map fans for your town to survive? And
Don't forget
under-
the high-end cupcakes.
And look, I know I'm making jokes. I understand that Pittsford probably is not as unwelcoming as folks might think it is. But Tommy, you know it's not about reality. It's about perception. And if folks don't feel like they fit in, why would they want to be there?
Well, then they don't come by.
That's what they're doing, not in the top 10. Name the newest thing Pittsford has in the last 20
I
years.
forgot about the Cheesecake
A
Factory.
chain restaurant.
A high-end chain.
That's what
restaurant
you got.
with a big-ass menu.
Oh, you think Cheesecake Factory's high end?
It's pretty high-end.
Look at me.
What?
You think Cheesecake Factory
You can-
is a high end restaurant?
Yeah, they got Caesar salad with shrimp.
So a chain restaurant
Yeah.
is the newest hot thing that Pittsford has had in the last 20 years. Because Greece got a Buffalo Wild Wings.
I'm trying to think of other restaurants that opened up. We got stuff.
Name it.
I don't get around.
The
much
sushi
back.
place.
No, that's Brighton.
Oh, yeah.
That's in Brighton.
I think that's technically Brighton, actually.
I don't know.
It's Brighton.
It's sitting on that sea here. If you could go either way.
252 WCMF. We've been rambling. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, you're on CMF, buddy. What's up?
Morning, boys and Kimmy. So
Hey.
I drive through Pittsford at least 5 times a day, being an Uber driver. And the youngest thing looks about 30 years old.
That you could not have said that creepier, by the way,
the
Jay.
youngest thing.
The youngest store. I mean, at least I'm not as creepy as Charlie, okay?
Okay, that's a good call.
That's a good
That's a
line.
good call. All right. So I mean, Jay, let me ask you a question. Like, if you think about what the most success you could have in your life, what town are you living in Rochester with that success?
So I'll move to Swilburg.
Okay, so you want to live in the city.
I'll move to the city like 9 times out of 10 before I live out here.
Okay. Jay, thanks for the call, buddy.
As
Have a
I'm
good one.
driving through Pittsford right now.
All right, see you, Jay. Have a good rest of the day. Thoughts on Jay wanting to live in the city?
He seems like a city guy.
What do you mean by that?
He seems like that kind of dude.
Kimmy chose to live in the city.
Yeah, she's that kind of person.
Yeah. There was a time
There was a time.
before you met your wife where you were looking into getting a condo down on.
I lived in the city.
Well, but you were looking to live on East Ave as an adult.
Yes, I
in
was.
those condos they were building
Yeah.
before they got popular.
And they got super expensive.
But like you were ready to go down there,
Yeah.
and now you're going to criticize these people?
I didn't realize, because when you live in Pittsford, you always feel like you're on vacation. It's just very quaint.
Okay,
There's no grimy,
that's great.
oogly,
Well, look, the good news is based on
scuzzy.
this study. First of all, you're there, so that's wrong. Based on this study, it's about to feel like vacation off season because
think
they're not even in the top 10.
So you think there's going to be a flight?
A plate of flight?
Yeah.
A flight?
A flight.
Look, I don't know. I mean, you're right. Like there's enough generational pride in that town
Oh, yeah.
that maybe people stay.
Yeah.
Right. That being said,
It'll always be the gold standard.
no, it won't. It's not. It's literally not the gold standard right now. It's not in the top 10, according to an outside group.
To the newbies.
By the way, Dan helped you out. Dick's Outlet's new in Pittsford.
Oh, yeah, the discount
We
store.
got a new outlet store.
And HomeSense.
No, they're actually. Do you see they're declaring bankruptcy?
Well,
Story about that. I don't know if the store's closing, but Homesteads.
All right.
Maybe it wasn't Homesteads. Maybe it was Home. There's so many homes.
Yeah, there's
Something
homies.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, homie.
Which was not allowed to be open in Pittsford.
No.
All right, let's take a break. How you react to finding this in your house is based solely upon the life you lived right up until that point.
Oh.
And I will explain everything next here in the break room on CMF. want to talk about a huge mistake?
What happened?
That is, if this was a mistake.
Yeah.
But this story is less about what this man is accused of and more about the reaction of the person who found him. Because how you react to stumbling upon this is directly tied to the kind of life you've lived up to that point. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you have not yet, we invite you log on to our live stream, WCMF.com, the Odyssey app, YouTube, and Twitch. The Break Room, WCMF, on YouTube and Twitch. Tommy, very comfy today.
Very comfy.
Me, not so much.
Yeah.
It's a role reversal kind of day.
Yeah, you look a little stiff.
I don't like not having a hat and hoodie on.
It's your comfort zone.
Yeah, it's where I'm most comfortable.
Well, you got to go be a big boy this afternoon.
It's going to my kid's school.
Oh, you got to act like an adult.
Well, no, I have to look like an adult.
Like a father.
I refuse to act like an adult. Also, if you have not yet, our 2025 WCMF Sexiest Dad in Rochester. Rochester's Sexiest Dad. It is up. It is live. We are looking for submissions. We got more dads approved overnight.
Oh, good.
Kimmy, as far as we know, no penises yet?
Not that I've heard.
Okay.
I'm not the one who filters them, though, so maybe we'll have to talk to that person.
We'll look into our penis department. But you can go browse the dads before the voting officially starts. You can also enter yourself, and we'll get more into tomorrow. A man who is trying a new strategy that will either work amazing or backfire huge.
Ooh.
And we'll get to that tomorrow. Go vote. Or, excuse me, go submit. WCMF.com 2025 WCMF World Sexiest Dad. The winner takes home a Swiss watch.
Damn.
Valued at $500 from our friends at Heritage Jewelers. This story comes to us from Wayne County.
What happened?
Tuesday night, a woman came home to find something she did not expect in her house. Authorities say a 60-year-old man, who she seems she did not know, was asleep in her bed.
Jesus. Just snoring
He's
away.
out. He's out in her bed. Does not know the guy. He is asleep in her bed.
Right.
God damn.
So the details in this story are slim. He was only charged with criminal trespass. There's no burglary charge, nothing about a personal relationship with the woman in the story.
So it's possible he could have walked in, like, with the door unlocked.
Very,
If it was locked, that would be a break-in.
I mean,
right?
again, I don't know what the technical rules are, but look, strangely enough, it also doesn't have anything in the story about him being under the influence of any substance.
Yeah, because I thought, drunk, you just passed out.
He sleptwalked.
Okay, but here's the thing. Not that all couldn't have all happened, right? I mean, it's very possible. So the woman called the cops.
Smart move.
Can't blame her. Can't blame her.
Yeah.
60-year-old man in your bed. You have no idea what's going on. Reasonable reaction. But, Tommy, there are also people who would have no problem just waking this guy up and sending him on his way.
I can't imagine who.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question.
All right.
Let's say you are a single man.
Yeah.
Right? Living on your own.
Yeah.
You come home.
My old house in Webster.
Yeah, and you find a stranger asleep in your bed.
Yeah, I'm calling the cops, man.
Oh, you're calling.
I don't know this guy.
Oh, you're going to call the cops.
You're not calling the cops.
You're going to call the cops. Well, no, I have a family. I have to call the cops.
No, you're single.
I don't know if I call the cops. I think I might wake him up and be like, hey, you all right? Seriously.
First of all, why are you asking him if he's all right?
Well,
that's been established. He's in your bed, asleep. He's not all right. So that's not information you need.
He could have just been under the influence of something.
Which would make him not all right. Like, I have been very drunk.
Okay.
But I always ended up at least in my own bed or close to it.
You didn't know people, though, that consistently did this at some point in their life?
Kids.
Because I knew two people
But
that
they were kids.
for whatever reason, and this one girl lived in an apartment building where every floor looked the same, but she would always end up in her apartment, but just up a floor or down a floor.
It is crazy how common this story is.
It is?
Because I think everyone knows at least of someone who got so messed up they accidentally
But
ended
that's
up.
It's
when
like a
you're-
common thing for them.
But you're not
I hope they
adults.
grew out of it.
I got a grown-ass man in my bed.
Well, that's what I want. Do we know the age of this guy?
60.
60.
Look, I agree with you. The age is a little bit
alarming.
There's me in your bed.
But I guess like once you get to a point where you're a little bit older, maybe I'd worry it's a medical thing.
That's why I would ask, are you okay?
Yeah.
I'm still calling the cops. I'm not qualified to help your
on
old
some medication.
dying ass.
No, to her point,
No
not
brain.
Not that he's dying, no brain. Let's not throw stones, glass houses, etc. No, I would worry, like, the older the person gets, that this is not under the influence. This is like dementia, Alzheimer's, things like
I
that.
don't care. Get out of my house.
How do you not have sympathy for a
I
human
do.
being?
Let's talk down by the mailbox.
I am shocked that you have this take.
Why?
Because the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I would argue the amount of partying you have done in your life
I did some.
has a direct effect on whether or not you call the cops for a stranger asleep in your place. And I would argue further that you are more likely to have sympathy for someone that has found your way into a bed on your couch if you are someone that liked to imbibe in illicit substances or a ton of alcohol back in the day. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I mean, I always ended up in my bed. And I was in bad shape.
I've also never done this. But to Kimmy's point, I know so many people that have.
But I can remember, and I told you, I can remember nights I didn't know how I got home. And I would go downstairs and open up, slowly look at my car to make sure it's not, first of all, that it's there. And I would walk around to see if it wasn't dinged up.
Okay.
But even in that stupor, which I'm embarrassed to admit, I still got in my own sack.
I understand, but we all have our weird things.
I know.
Look, I think you're making my point in the point you think you're
But
making.
I've never
for you.
had that. I've never had that experience where I got so drunk, I slept in somebody else's bed. I didn't know where I was.
Okay, fine. The fact that it's never happened to you, I guess, makes sense. It's never happened to me. I still would have sympathy for somebody.
But you're a sympathetic person.
You should be a sympathetic. You're normally a sympathetic person to pieces of crap.
Well, you didn't say the guy was a piece of crap.
Well, I mean, if you're arguing that the guy's too drunk, and again, there was nothing in the story that indicates that he was under the influence of anything, but as we talk about how this most commonly happens, if the guy is so messed up or drunk or whatever that he's in someone else's bed, you could argue that guy's kind of a piece of crap.
All right, but if I go over there and when you wake this dude up, you don't know what you're going to get.
Agreed.
I don't know anything about this dude. He could be having the worst. He could be violent. I don't know nothing about him. I don't know what's on him. So, yeah, I am calling the cops and letting the pros handle it.
Don't get me wrong.
I want his ass swatted out of my house.
You're not going to call the SWAT team.
Well, I'll make that decision.
You'll make the decision?
I'll let them make the decision.
Look, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to judge someone if they call the cops.
Oh, you want to jump in and spoon with him and find out what's going on with you. What's going on, Steve?
Well, does he work out? I'm not going to judge anybody if in this situation they call the cops. That is a completely reasonable reaction.
You're about ready to bitch voice me when I said
Well, because you're a bitch. No, I'm bitch voicing you because you're a hypocrite. That's because you're Mr. Don't call the cops for anything. I don't want to get involved.
I don't. Plus, then I got to wash my sheets because you're stank-ass, old-ass in my sheets.
Whether or not you call the cops, you still got to
Oozing.
wash your sheets.
No, I got to clean up. I can't even sleep in a bed now.
It's not like, Sergeant O'Malley's going to come in and throw your sheets in the wash for you. Maybe they do it in Pittsford.
Could you sleep in that bed after that guy's been in it?
No.
I wouldn't have thought about it until now, but no.
Yeah, that thing's full of you don't know what.
Yeah, you're probably right. Younger me wouldn't have even thought about that.
Well, yeah, because younger you was that.
That's a valid point. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the story that happened out in Wayne County. Authorities say on Tuesday night a woman came home to find a 60-year-old man asleep in her bed. And again, we don't have a lot of details, but he was only charged with criminal trespass. And there was nothing in the story that says he was under the influence of anything, that they had any relationship with each other, that she was ever in any danger. That being said, most commonly when this happens, somebody is intoxicated or under the influence of some kind of substance. All right. Are you more likely, Kimmy, to have mercy on a younger person or an older person in this situation?
I probably a younger person. Just because, again, I can relate to that because I knew people that did this as younger people.
Okay.
So I can understand how you got here. Not happy about it, but I get how it happened.
Okay. All right. So
I think I'd have more questions for the older person.
Okay, but can't you argue that the younger person is more likely to be aggressive?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible.
I mean, a 20-something-year-old guy is a lot scarier in bed than an older cat.
Well, you would know.
Both scary.
You've been with both.
What the hell?
Is that why you got that mark on your forehead?
What mark do I have on my forehead?
I made you look.
Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Normally, my forehead's not visible. I'm always wearing a hat. Look, I mean, if I came home to find a hammered Tommy Muley and I don't know him and he's asleep under the covers, I mean, I'm not scared of that.
No. I mean, just wake up your mom and she'll tell you what happened.
I don't know why you're lashing out at me because you're realizing you sound like a bitch for calling the cops on something you absolutely could have done back in the day. And if somebody called the cops on you, you would have been like, whoa, oh, I made a mistake, wrong house, whoa. You slept in one bed, you slept in them all. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. I will say this. I think you are forced to call the cops in this scenario if the person in your bed is of the opposite gender.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, that's a woman?
A woman finding a man of any age if she's alone, that's really dangerous potentially.
Immediately,
Call the cops. But at the same time,
yes,
If you are a guy
Yeah.
alone in your home and there is a woman you do not know passed out on the couch or in your bed, you need to call the cops right away.
Right away. Because you don't want any scenarios
Yep.
being told
You-
that did not happen.
You run out of the house and you call the cops, right? But outside of those scenarios,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to wake the guy up and send him on his way.
All right.
Is that stupid?
And by the way, maybe you
Well, don't
shouldn't
you
send him
wanna
on his
know-
way.
Yeah, and don't
Because
you
he's not in a good way.
Right. And you don't know where he
good
came
point.
from,
Yeah.
how he got there in the first
I mean, the
place.
guy needs help.
Would you
either
give
way.
him a ride home?
Oh, that's a good question.
You get in the car. Where do you live? Indianapolis.
Yeah. Like he took an Uber from across town somehow and ended up at your house.
All
'cause he
right.
put in the wrong
I
address.
don't want to know where he lives, too, if that's sketchy.
What if he lives in your neighborhood? Like Kimmy said, a lot of these people just walk into the wrong
Yeah.
door.
Okay, but let's say I got to go to Sketchtown.
Sketchtown, USA?
Yeah.
Well, why? How would he be in your neighborhood?
Who knows how he got here?
I mean, look, we've seen professional athletes do this. Kiko Alonso, former Bills linebacker.
Didn't Jim Kelly's nephew do it?
Yeah, Chad Kelly
yeah.
was
As a
arrested.
cowboy.
He walked into somebody's living room dressed as a cowboy drunk after a Halloween party. Stick 'em up. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Scott writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says you could call the police, figure the situation out, and then not charge him if he has dementia. You're right. Look,
Yes,
again,
yes.
I'm not judging anybody but Tommy
Just me.
for calling the cops here.
Yeah.
But let's say you do call the cops, right?
Yeah.
And this guy is just a regular everyday guy. Let a night get away from him. He made a mistake.
Okay.
I think I would feel guilty.
Well, that's like a perfect scenario.
But that could be that scenario.
It could be. It could be.
Oh. It's hard for me to judge based on the way that I used to live.
I know. Me too. I mean,
No, but you are judging. Sketchtown. Oh, what are you gonna do? Wake up like a psychopath? Oh, he's not even my type. I'm calling the cops. If I want to come home to a man in my bed, I need him more cut. Where's sexy Gary when you need him? All right, let's take a break as I try and get this thing off my forehead. There are folks very upset.
What happened?
Well, look, here's the thing, man. I feel like there is an age where you become conscious, say the word for me.
Conscious?
Conscious, thank you, of what things cost. And then for the rest of your life, you believe that's what things should
You
cost.
lock it in.
Yeah.
Yes. Like Kimmy, like in the mid-2000s, that's when we became aware of money.
Gas prices, things like that.
And that's what things should cost forever. There is a very popular chain restaurant that is bringing back one of their most successful
Items?
Dishes?
Entree?
promotions.
Oh.
Promotion. And it's a little more expensive than it was in the past.
Okay.
And people are furious. But this seems like a pretty good deal still.
Okay.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, this story might be proof. Just because it costs more than it used to when you were younger doesn't mean it's a bad deal.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock this morning. We waited a day to do this story just to make sure there weren't any details that would change it.
Okay.
But there is a woman who is in serious trouble after police say she went to a school building in Penfield to confront the superintendent.
Oh, wait. To confront.
I'm going to give you all the details.
All right.
And I think now, because we've seen stories like this so many times in our area, it's time to discuss the nuclear option to keep it from happening.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So Applebee's is bringing back a promotion that fans of the restaurant love.
Oh, all right.
It is their all-you-can-eat chicken tenders, riblets, and crunch shrimp.
Damn.
Oh.
Look at Carrie. Go on.
Tell me more.
And crunch shrimp.
Crunch shrimp.
Crunch shrimp.
Question. What makes a shrimp crunchy? Because that matters.
Oh, I would
the
assume
batter.
Okay, let's hope
And
so.
the tail. And the head, actually. I guess the whole damn thing's pretty crunchy.
Okay, so folks saw this, and they got very excited.
Sure.
Until they caught a little detail.
What's that?
So when the all-you-can-eat chicken tenders, riblets, and crunch shrimp first arrived at Applebee's years and years ago, it was $9.99.
Oh.
Okay. Then they took it away for a while. Came back. Next time we saw it, it was $12.99.
All right.
This time, the all-you-can-eat chicken tenders, riblets, and crunch shrimp is going to hit you $15.99.
All right.
Okay.
That is a 60% increase from its original price.
Right.
And folks are furious.
So how long ago was it the $9.99?
That I don't have an answer for. That seems like an early 2000s number, doesn't
So
it?
it's been a while.
Yeah. Okay. Am I crazy? Despite the fact that it's been a 60% increase and everything is going up in price, $16 for all you can eat chicken tenders, riblets, and crunch shrimp. That seems like a pretty good deal.
That would have been a deal 20 years ago.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
All you can eat?
And there isn't a time limit, right?
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. There has to be some limits
You
on
can sit at the
that.
bar and just pound that and drink.
I
it.
don't think you're allowed to order it at the bar. I think you have to sit down
All right.
Okay.
at table.
Okay.
And it's not to go. But like I am completely okay spending I don't think there
Still
is
a good deal.
I don't think there's a food you could order where if they said $16 all you can eat, I'd be like, no.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think all you can eat, you're willing to pay more anyways.
Can you guys think of I'm not going to ask you because you're a bitch, but Kimmy, can you think of a food that if they were like all you can eat $16, you'd be like, no, that is far too much money.
No.
Like I can eat $16 worth of hot dogs. I can eat $16 worth of popcorn. There's nothing you can sell me for $16 where I would be like, I will get my money. I will get my $16 worth out of this.
Any type of buffet style food, no. Yeah, $16 seems fair.
And I get that Applebee's isn't world-class cuisine, right? I mean, it's good, but, you're not going to write home about it. But when it comes to all-you-can-eat anything, can you name me a place that offers all-you-can-eat where the food is like, it'll blow you away? Outside of, like, a fancy brunch that no one can afford?
Yeah, it would have to be like a holiday brunch.
Yeah.
Like, you go to a Chinese buffet
Yeah.
or a Golden Corral, like, the food's good.
But it's base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Nick wants you to know, he on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, you 100% can order the all-you-can-eat chicken tenders, riblets, and crunch shrimp at the bar.
Oh, you can.
That seems dangerous.
That would be nice, though, to sit there and just belly up and just chow and drink.
Yeah, but if there's a game on, I could sit there for hours.
That would be great.
I will eat you out of your riblets, chicken tenders, and crunch shrimp.
I forgot about the riblets, too. Those things are so goddamn good.
I haven't had a riblet in, 20
but
years.
they eat like butter.
They eat like butter, Kimmy. You guys want to go get all-you-can-eat riblets, chicken tenders, or crunch shrimp at Applebee's?
I mean, I'm in, but I know somebody in the room that isn't.
You just wanna
Let's go. Let's go today.
No, not
today.
I don't want to go today. I
Well,
can't.
why
Well,
not?
no, because I got my daughter's dance thing, and I got to take Claire to tennis.
Oh, after that.
But I'm not home till like 7
What about
o'clock.
tomorrow?
No nap. Tomorrow I got to go to the gym. I got to go see Coach Dom at the boxing gym.
Well, after that.
Then my daughter's. I got a lot of things.
Because you can't eat.
I think I'm free Sunday.
It's not a little cheat day, bitch.
Are you allowed to share this?
Of course not. What are you, my dad?
Well, that's what I'm asking. I wonder.
Well, it's a
'cause
platter.
We've seen deals like this in the past where it's like they'll even put in bold writing like per person.
Yeah, of
'Cause
course.
people will try to split it.
You sound like my dad, where like they'd walk away and he'd like slide the rib.
Yeah.
Rib like, okay, you guys go ahead.
First of all, I ain't sharing my riblets. Or
Wait.
my crunch shrimp.
Well, I mean, it's all you can eat, though.
But I still, whatever on my plate, that is mine. I ain't sharing. Go get your own damn plate.
It's all you can eat, though. Like, if you could share all you can eat, why would you not share all you can
Because
eat?
right now, I want to eat this in peace.
Might take a little while in between, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's how they get
slow you down a little bit.
They slow serve you.
Yeah.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
Which is why when you go to places that, like, for example, at Red Robin, they have the unlimited fries, which was the most.
Yeah, we'll get around to that.
Nope. You, up front, I go, hey, listen, can I get a basket of fries before my burger comes? And you've started it.
Oh, so you got to jump
move.
off.
Now I'm ahead of the fry game, right? I bought on the dip. I'm ahead of the wave of fry.
All right.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Applebee's is bringing back their famous all-you-can-eat chicken tenders, riblets, and crunch shrimp. When they first debuted this years ago, cost $9.99. Then they brought it back a second time a couple years later, cost $12.99. Now it costs $15.99. That's a 60% increase from its original price. People are furious, but it seems pretty reasonable. I think this story is proof that there is a time in your life where you become conscious. Damn it.
Conscious.
You said it right.
Thank
conscious.
you. I don't know.
Conscious.
Of what things cost.
Yeah.
And when you do that, between the ages of like 18 and 22,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, we all decide that's what things should cost forever.
Well, it doesn't help when those things you're talking about had like a jingle
Oh, yeah.
that went along with them.
Okay.
Because Subway footlongs will forever be
$5 foot
$5 foot long.
Yeah.
No matter what age I am.
You're not
So like
wrong.
if I can
Jingle
recall
it.
the song that went along with that great deal, then I'm always going to know the base price for what I think it should be worth.
Yeah. Your advertising outsmarted yourself.
Yes.
Well, you bring that up. Remember, Burger King used to have the two burgers, 2 fries, $2.
Yeah.
Steve writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. Remember, Burger King's 2 burgers, 2 fries, $2. That constantly went up every year. It was 2 for 2 for 2, then 2 for 2 for $2.22, then like $3.22. He says, you don't have to mention me. I thought it was interesting. Steve, I'm always going to mention you, buddy. Because you reminded me of Burger King's 2 burgers, 2 fries, $2.
The good old days.
That was great, man. You were at the mall in Greece, at that Burger King there. You got $2 on there? $2 on you?
You eating good.
Oh, buddy, are you?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, okay, how long is too long to stay at Applebee's when you've spent $16 on all you can eat riblets?
You shouldn't stay more than like 2 hours at an
Oh, I was
Applebee's.
thinking 90 minutes. You're worse than I am.
Yeah, because that's how you go there at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be there past 8:30.
That's 2.5 hours.
Well,
But
I
that's
could
a
see
max.
sitting at the bar and drinking, you get a little longer if you're doing that.
By the way, you're
But
bummed
if
off
you're-
your ass.
But if you're holding up a table where that waiter or waitress can't make more money because you're just sitting there cramming all you can eat, whatever, in your mouth.
Do you have to tip more on the all you can eat where they keep bringing it to you?
You should, but you won't.
No, I think most people are still going to go based on
Most
the
people
price of the
jip.
bill.
Okay, all right. Now, it's funny. You bring up 6 o'clock. In my head, this isn't even like a meal. Like, I didn't think of this as dinner time. I thought of this as like 3 o'clock. What do you want to do? Let's go eat all the
Pre-dinner.
shrimp we
Okay,
can, right?
yeah.
No?
What time? They probably don't start serving until dinner.
I think they open up at like 11 o'clock.
But maybe it's like on the dinner menu.
Okay, you just found you're doing that thing again where I tell you a story you didn't know about, and then you tell me back things you're just making up in your
No,
head.
because they don't want you sitting there all day moving in at noon and eating shrimp till 9 o'clock at night.
I don't think Applebee's has a dinner or lunch menu. I think everything is on the menu all the time.
I bet you if you look, not available before 5 p.m.
Bet you $100 you're
Well,
wrong.
They might do like breakfast stuff.
I
at a
bet
certain
you.
time.
I don't think Kimmy's got $100.
7. Kimmy, will you Google? No,
Yeah.
because I'm not going to let this die. I'm not going to let you make
Okay.
up facts about a story you did not have.
But it would
What am
make
I
sense.
Googling?
You short them a little bit so they don't sit there. All the fatties don't anchor in and grow roots. Their ass grows roots into the seed.
Okay,
Eating.
you know it's going to be too hard to figure it out, and you
Okay.
just spoke, and my brain wiped clean.
What?
It was fatty. Start eating. All right. So look. By the way, I don't know when this promotion starts back up again. If you're interested,
Get
Google
ready,
it.
man.
But maybe I'll see you out there.
Gonna be a wide summer.
One of my favorite Taylor Swift songs.
I don't know. Till
I know you don't. Wasn't for you. Let's take a break.
no haters be hating.
Haters gonna hate.
Yeah, something like that.
Any story like this is alarming.
Yeah.
The fact that we continue to see this over and over and over again, and according to the accusations, it's always the same character, means something has to be done.
Oh.
And we waited a day to do this story to make sure there weren't details we were going to miss.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you can work in a school right now knowing that this, on top of all of the other potential threats,
Yeah.
exists.
Oh.
And if this has to stop, it's time to discuss the nuclear option.
Damn.
And we will get into it next here in the break room on CMF. It's not good that we keep seeing this story over and over.
What story?
Well, this story that we're going to tell you, and it suggests we're going to see this story happen again at some point.
Yeah.
The issue we have here could also keep compounding a problem that we have with folks educating our children. So if this is an issue that people who work at schools have to keep in the back of their head at all times, and we need it to stop, maybe it's now time to discuss the nuclear option.
Which is?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it. There was an incident that happened at the Penfield School District on Tuesday morning. And we waited yesterday to do this story because we wanted to make sure we had all of the details.
Okay.
Right? Okay. Authorities say a 54-year-old woman showed up to the district offices just before 9 a.m. to confront the superintendent. Story on News 10 says the woman was irate, wanted to talk to the school official about a false rumor she heard that the superintendent was resigning from her position. Now,
So she came in hot.
Yes, she did.
yeah.
At least according to the authorities. For those who are unaware, Penfield was in the national spotlight a few months back over books that some parents wanted banned from their school library. It became a massive thing.
All right.
The district says the 54-year-old woman arrived at the building, like Kimmy said, irate, and then tried to force her way through the doors.
Oh, man. How do you think this is going to go?
In the process, authorities say she shoved another school employee.
Oh.
Luckily, the superintendent was not in the building at the time. In fact, they reached out to her and said, do not come to work. The 54-year-old woman was arrested. She was charged with second-degree harassment. And thankfully, it sounds like everyone is okay.
Yeah.
So this is like the third story in the last 4 or 5 months that we know of in our area of adults putting their hands on school employees. There was a story we had a few months ago of a mother and grandmother who allegedly punched a security guard in the face.
Oh, yeah, in the family plan.
After they were told to leave school grounds and refused. There was that other mother who posed as a student, dressed up as a student, snuck into her kid's school, and then allegedly beat the hell out of a teacher.
Yeah.
And again, in this story, it's a woman. It's always a woman.
Well, we know women.
We know women.
that have done this.
So here's the thing, Tom. Yeah, we do know women.
Yes, we do.
Logic would suggest
Yeah.
that if we have seen this over and over, we are going to continue to see grown-ass people showing up at schools and causing a rush.
So how do you curtail crazy?
I am going to float the nuclear option.
Which would be what?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Ban parents from school property.
But we don't even know if this woman was a parent.
Ban adults that are not employees from school property.
So nobody let it to school.
If you are not a student or a school employee, you are not allowed anywhere near that building.
Well, I kind of thought that was, unless like you were picking up your kid for something, it's not like as a parent you get to hang out at school.
No, I'm not talking hang out. I'm talking about you are not allowed through the doors.
Yeah.
Ever as anybody. And I want you to hear me out.
Yeah.
We are only...
That's kind of how my dad lives.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We are only hearing about the most extreme cases.
Sure.
There are more of these. And it has to be taxing for these school employees worrying that something could happen on top of what they're already worrying about.
Right.
Outside of parents picking up their kids, there is not a reason anymore for an adult that is not involved working for the school to be on campus. You can do all parent-teacher meetings via Zoom. You can do all PTA meetings via Zoom, all that stuff. I get that we are used to the school as being a community center.
Yeah.
That the doors are open. It's a collaborative effort between folks who live there and folks who work at the school and blah, 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 blah. But between violence with kids, crazy parents, weirdos that have tried to get through the doors, maybe it's time to change what we've always seen the school as.
So how would you do, like, school activities, after school plays, sports?
All right, you make exceptions for sporting events.
So after, most of that's after school.
Yes, anytime during the day. Anytime during the day while the bulk of employees are on campus, you are not, no one that is not an employee or a student is not allowed in that.
All right, so if you're picking up your kid, he's got to wait for you outside.
Bingo.
All right. I mean, it would work. And like you said, it would just get rid of them.
I mean, I kind of feel like it's almost that way already.
When I go pick up my kid,
my
kids from school, I got to go in the building. I got to go in, sign them out. I'm going to stand there for a little while. I mean, like if there's parent-teacher conferences, most of the time, those are happening face-to-face.
But even in the parents that we've talked about in the past, like, I don't know if they're just, I don't think like they're really like welcome in at that point. They kind of like push their way in.
I understand, but I mean, if we implement this change, you know immediately when that adult is walking towards the door that there's an issue here.
Yeah.
And going even further, there are parents that will insist, well, I want to talk to you face to face about this. Sit down here. And we've also seen those interactions go sideways. And I mean, 252 WCMF, is there a reason we shouldn't entertain this idea?
No, like you said, with Zoom and stuff, you don't need to be there.
I mean,
I can't think of a time where my parents needed to be at the school while school was going on.
What would be the main reason to not keep parents out of schools? What would you be losing versus the security you could be gaining for something like this?
Because I remember this was big when we were like in elementary school, but like parents coming in as like volunteers to help the teacher with like these tasks. Does that even still exist anymore?
I don't know, because I was never a good enough father to volunteer for those things.
Well, I know, but I mean, like, you don't remember
do
like moms coming in
I do.
to help. I don't know if that's still a thing.
By the way, is that even necessary?
Well, yeah.
How's your mom?
I don't know.
doing in there?
They seemed busy when they'd come in.
Well, yeah,
so I
they
don't
know how to look busy.
Why are you being such a dick?
And that seems like a useless thing. Like the education's going to collapse because we don't have moms helping.
Why would you have a teacher do something that someone is willing to do that allows the teacher to focus on the kids?
Oh, that's what they're doing.
Okay, he's got nothing because now he's just doing impressions.
Well, I don't even know. What do they do?
Well, like, Kimmy, can you give me an example? I know what you're talking about.
Like they'd sort things, they'd get stuff ready for like if you were doing like a craft or something, they'd help cut stuff or like help the kids. What?
Are you
put
doing a
things
JO
together that-
motion? You're doing a JO hand motion with a discussion about parents volunteering to help their kids.
No, doing it
teacher.
on moms.
Kind of became like a teacher's
Not
assistant.
better.
The class mom.
Or if you had like a field day or something, they'd come help set stuff up.
Right.
Or
But these
a
are
special
things that
day
are
at
not
school.
necessary. To your point, you could probably get rid of them and nobody would miss your freaking mom.
Look, I'm not saying no. That's not what I'm. No, you're not on my side. We're not on the same side here.
Ban them.
No, I'm not saying this is a brilliant
March
idea.
them out.
Shut up. I'm saying outside of this, because something has to be done. There has to be
and
something
you gotta
done.
protect people.
If it's not this, what is it?
I like your idea.
The fact that you like it makes me think it's a terrible idea. 252 WCMF 2 days ago, and again, we waited a day because the details on this story were so slim.
Yeah.
A 54-year-old woman was arrested, charged with second-degree harassment after police say just before 9 a.m. on Tuesday, she showed up at the district buildings for the Penfield School District to confront the superintendent. They said that she was hot walking in.
Coming in hot, mama.
Tried to force her way to the building again. Police say in the process, she shoved a school employee. She's been arrested. This is the third woman in our area in like the last 4 or 5 months that have been arrested for allegedly assaulting, hurting, putting their hands on somebody who worked for the school district. Now, let's also keep in mind.
Yeah.
Before we get here, there are people writing us. I'm sorry. I do want everyone to get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alicia writes us
No, go ahead.
on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. This is where you need to give the teachers tasers to use against crazy parents and students.
Okay, we don't need to start tasing.
Not fun when somebody takes your idea and goes too far.
This is why I don't like Alicia's.
Okay, what are that? All Alicia's?
Alicia's and Andrea's are a nightmare.
Okay, why? You're just taking on all comers today.
How many Alicias do you know?
We got one in the family.
You really?
Yeah, total masshole. Hey, yes.
Anyway, let's keep in mind.
Okay.
We are coming up on a teacher crisis here in New York State.
We're coming up short.
Well, we already are short. We
Yeah.
have a teacher shortage, and there are a ton of teachers statewide on top of that are getting ready to retire in the next few years. If teachers don't have this to worry about, the insanity of parents, maybe it increases the amount of people that are A, willing to go into the field, and B, willing to stay on that career path instead of going and doing something else. Right?
Yeah, make it a little bit safer.
And it's not like there aren't other options for people who have a problem with the way the school is teaching their kids.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, like, most of the teachers I know, I don't know if they're necessarily, if they think, like, you know, a parent's going to cause physical harm. It's more like the mental, like the emails, the complaints, like stuff like
They're a
that
nuisance.
that gets to them and makes their life harder.
Understood.
You know?
I understand that.
And I think that's something you really can't prevent.
Okay, you're right. You're right. But I do feel like maybe there needs to be like a recalibration
Like a reset?
of the expectations of the parent-teacher relationship. Is that a fair statement? Because I agree with you. I think that is you hear these stories all the time
Yeah.
of these teachers where it's like, you know.
Constantly, being bothered by. It only takes like one or two parents to really make their lives a living.
And you
hell.
can't satisfy them.
Yeah.
You're always going to want more.
And what's weird to me about that,
Yeah.
like there are other options for parents who have major issues with the kid's school, their kid's school and how it's operated. I mean, we know that homeschool numbers have blown up the last 24 months. If you think you can do it better,
go home.
No, but I mean, I'm serious, and I'm not even trying to be a dick.
Take your kid, march him out, go home.
I'm not saying it with that tone of voice.
No, I mean, just go home. Now.
You have the opportunity to do it whatever way you want to.
Right.
Now, there's a different debate about whether or not that's what's best for your kid, but, I mean,
it's your decision.
You can do it. So if you don't think they're doing it right, you can go do it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And again, don't get me wrong, because I'm already getting the Facebook messages. I'm not going to get into it. Yes, there are extenuating circumstances where parents have a legitimate issue with what was going on with their kid in school. I understand that. But, I mean.
But that's every parent that goes down there feels that way, whether they're right or not.
Yeah.
I also don't know if those parents know they're being a nuisance. Like they complain. I think it's just kind of the way they are. So it's almost like the complaints and the blaming is just the way they live their lives.
I fight for this family.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I defend you. You know the one.
Like they're not gonna.
I love how you're talking in a tough voice, but you're too scared. You're too scared.
You know who I'm
You're
talking
so
about.
scared. Who are you talking about? I'm like a tough guy.
I can't say names.
You can't say nothing but nothing. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing. You gotta have something. I'm a bitch.
I don't want her coming after me.
Kimmy, I'm sorry. You were saying when I was bitch voicing.
No, like I don't think those parents have any intention of pulling their kid out of school. They just want things to be a certain way, and when they don't get their way, they're going to cause a big issue.
And they want to fight.
I agree with you. All right, folks have been writing. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Jake writes, I seen a teacher attack a student in 7th grade. I seen it.
A teacher attack a student?
I seen a teacher attack a student in 7th grade. He ended up losing his job. Duffy, if your daughter was in trouble at school, you can't tell me you're not going to do something. Again, it's all about the situation.
Yes.
Right? And I'll be honest with you, and maybe this makes me a bad father. I don't know. If I find out that my kid is in some kind of trouble at school, I am most likely to lean first towards the school is right about what happened. And if there's something that is presented to me differently afterwards, then we'll have that discussion.
Yeah.
Right? But I mean, look, man, I was a kid that got in trouble. Of course I was throwing deck chairs all over trying to make no, it was that happened, right? Like Salt writes us on Instagram. I'm sorry. I thought it was normal for schools to be locked down during the day. Do the staff not have badges to get in and out? Nobody should be able to walk in. I agree with that. You're right. I'm saying at all.
Yeah.
No reason why any parent should be on that campus for any reason. Done ipso facto, period. I don't even know if that made sense. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
During school hours.
No, yeah, done.
What?
This is a bad idea.
Why?
You like it. It's a bad idea.
We should question ourselves.
Now I feel dumb.
Why?
Because you agree with me.
But I always figure like parents just overreact for the most part. And if you're already down there midday and you're pissed off, it's a bad idea. You're better off sitting at home, thinking about it, pour yourself a glass of wine, then get on a Zoom call.
Okay. No, don't drink and have a meeting with your kids.
You can have a little sip.
You know, going back to this actual story, the allegations this 45-year-old woman is facing for allegedly shoving a school employee in Penfield trying to get to the superintendent who wasn't even in the building. It says she went down there to talk about a false rumor she heard the superintendent was resigning. Is that a social media thing?
I don't even get why that would piss her off.
I don't know.
Right.
That the supervisor's resigning. It's a false rumor, and she's pissed.
But like it is weird.
What sets you off during the day, man?
But no, it's weird to see. I mean, if this is a social media thing,
Yeah.
and again, all that stuff that happened in Penfield a couple of weeks ago was a major social media firestorm. Like, you're watching what happens when people start buying into social media BS showing up in real life.
Okay.
Like, it's one thing to be a keyboard warrior. You know what I would do? This woman,
Got in
if
her
that's
car.
what this is, got in her car, went
Yeah.
down and tried to confront a superintendent, and in the process,
Something that she saw on Facebook.
it's East Side, Kimmy, wrong accent.
I don't know what he said. But she went down to the school to beat somebody up. I'm gonna give her that accent.
She went down, according to police, to confront the superintendent.
well.
And like when hands start moving and
Yeah,
shoving starts
yeah.
happening, what do you think is going to happen?
That's what I don't get. Like, at what point did you realize, hey, this isn't gonna turn out the way I planned.
No, but like when that shove allegedly happens,
Yeah.
right? Did she think like the sheriff's department was going to show up and to be like, well, listen, all I wanted to do was unannounced show up at the superintendent's office and confront them about a rumor that I saw on social media somewhere.
Yeah.
And to do that, I had to shove this woman. So you clearly understand why I am in
Just
this
shoving?
spot. Yeah.
Justified shoving.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Look, there are some things that are worse than others.
Okay.
Right? Like this woman is facing charges for this, but I think you can argue it pales in comparison to the controversy that this guy who we used to know well is now in.
Oh.
And he will not be facing charges for this because there's no way to prove what he has in his hand, but this video does not look good.
Oh.
Kimmy, I don't know where Tommy's going to come down on this because he's going to think it makes him look way cool, and he's already biased because he thinks this guy is way cool.
Oh, he's a cool guy.
That being said,
Yeah.
I am really glad, Kimmy, I think you could agree with me, that we, Bills fans, don't have to deal with this.
Oh, yeah. I think there may be a downfall coming.
But he was on a cool thing, right?
Oh, did you see the story?
I read the story. I don't know what went down, but I go, that's so him,
I
man.
knew it. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There are folks who believe everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
For example, the breakup between the Bills and wide receiver Stefon Diggs, it was painful for us, right? We loved him.
Yeah.
And watching things go the way they did with all the uncertainty at the end, not a fun experience. But after a story that hit the news right after we got off the air yesterday, maybe the way things worked out happened for a reason.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45. If you are between the ages of 18 and 20, or you have a child that age, you're going to want to sit tight.
Oh.
Because the state of New York is doing what they have started doing every summer to catch kids underage drinking, and they do a really good job of it. And we'll get to it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. Former Buffalo Bill and new New England Patriot, Stefon Diggs, is in the news today.
What's going on?
A video of him surfaced online earlier this week. And the video, if you have not seen it, it is Stefon Diggs on a yacht.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. He is surrounded on this yacht by 3 women in bikinis.
Damn.
Music playing in the background. Everyone's having a good time. And he is entertaining these 3 women, putting the game on. He's talking to them. He keeps saying, "Say my name." And one of the girls keeps calling him daddy. And I don't know why that makes me really uncomfortable.
Who's taking this video, by the way?
No idea.
It's because it's kind of a weird angle, which makes me think there's another person in the mix that's being like almost told to take the
Or maybe
video.
there's a lot of people on the yacht.
Well, but here's the thing.
But it
it's a yacht
captures
party.
the whole interaction.
And there would have been no way to. Stefon Diggs would have had to known he was being videotaped.
Yeah.
Like, that's how close it was.
All right.
So
he's just having a little fun with the girls.
now, by the way, first controversy. He is supposedly dating rapper Cardi B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doesn't look like a man with a girlfriend in that video.
All right.
Unless she was there too.
But past that,
Could be your boat.
while talking to these 3 women,
Yeah.
Stefon Diggs pulls out a baggie of what looks to be a pink powdered substance.
Pink.
He then gives it to one of the women while clearly saying on this video, don't take it all, but bring it back to me. Come see me again later. So right off the bat, there is no way to know what is in that bag.
Right.
No.
That being said, yesterday was the first day I learned there is such a thing as pink cocaine.
No kidding.
Have you heard of pink cocaine?
No.
Give me a view.
No, but if I had, that's what I'd imagine it looked like.
Okay.
It would look like.
So it looked like a pink powder in the bag?
It was a bag with a pink powder in it.
Okay.
At least that's what it looks to be. Kimmy, can you Google what pink cocaine is and what makes it different
what
from
the difference is?
straight up
Right.
plain cocaine? Gage writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. He says, the streets call it Tussie. But I'm looking at Gage. I don't know if he's on the streets, man. I don't know if I could take Gage's streets.
But he's saying that pink cocaine is called Tussie?
If I'm saying that the right way, I hope that's something that we don't have to delay.
All right.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
Again, there is no way to know what's in that bag.
Yeah.
That being said, it has caused quite the stir. So much so that Stefon Diggs' new head coach in Foxborough had to address it yesterday.
Oh.
To quote Mike Vrabel after he was asked about it in a press conference, quote, "It's something we're obviously aware of. Obviously, we want to make great decisions on and off the field." He then went on to say that any conversations that he had with Stefon will remain between he and the club. And Patriots reporters would have loved to have asked Steph about it personally, as the Pats are in their OTAs this week like the Bills are, but he's not there.
Yeah.
Where is he?
He's, and I'm using quote fingers, rehabbing his major knee surgery he suffered last year.
On a boat.
God, it makes it so much worse. Kimmy?
Yeah.
What does the internet say?
So what I'm seeing is that pink cocaine often does not contain cocaine, but a mixture of substances, which is dyed pink, may have a sweet smell and typically produces mind-altering hallucinogenic, hallucinogenic,
Thank
right?
you.
I'm saying that right? Hallucinogenic effects.
Okay.
So maybe more
Bath salts?
like acid?
I
don't know.
God, we're so old.
Stefon ain't.
Well, no, he is too. He's like 31.
I don't know if Daddy's partying on that boat.
Don't call him dad. Bro, watching him say, what's my name? Oh, hey, Daddy. Ah.
Man, he's having fun.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
And he's having fun on his day, on his off season.
Okay.
Poor the guy bad knee.
I understand. I knew you were going to go like, whoa, what's a big deal?
Because I always told you this guy was like Miami cool. He's smooth.
It's cool. It's cool.
Until somebody gets hurt.
Well, no, until your new head coach, who you haven't even taken a snap for, is now
Yeah.
having to address it in front of a room full of reporters. Not so cool anymore, huh?
He'll be fine.
Vrabel wasn't on the yacht talking about it.
Well, he's too lame.
All right, Ripped. Let me try this again. I'm sorry. Ripped Van Winkle rates us on Instagram. 2C, that's how it's pronounced. God, we're old. Synthetic cocaine, their, quote, research chemicals. He said he watched a Vice documentary on it.
All right.
Okay, so he didn't get it from the streets.
But it sounds like you can still get a pretty good buzz off it.
I mean, let's assume so.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the way Daddy rules.
Stop.
Or floats. I should say.
Stop. God. Stefon Diggs is such an interesting
He
character.
is.
Oh, yeah.
He is. And he seems like a guy that has extreme highs and extreme lows, and I'm wondering if we're about to see an extreme low.
So let's talk about that. Like, right now, Bills fans hate him. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We love to hear your voices. And we, as Bills fans, if you hate him, you have valid reasons to hate him. But if we all take our fan hats off for a second, there were really good times here.
Yeah.
He was great to kids.
Great with the fans.
Really funny guy. He had some amazing on-field performances. But even with all that, to Kimmy's point, it did kind of seem with all the stories and rumors we heard about him behind the scenes, it was just a matter of time before something was going to blow up.
Yeah.
Because, like, you remember...
It's almost like he gets, I don't know if it's bored with things or he's, like, ready to move on to the next thing. So, you know, that's where the problems start to show up.
But even with that, I mean, we remember he got his Ferrari stuck in the snow at a Tim Hortons. Right? I know that's not illegal, but it's kind of like, what are you doing? There was that story, that rumor we had heard, that he had two women in different rooms of the same hotel on a Valentine's Day, and he was running back and forth like it was an 80s movie.
Well, he can run.
He's rubbing elbows with big-time celebs all the time. He's involved in the international fashion scene. He's got his own high-end fashion label.
Right.
Like 15 years from now, when all of the dust has settled on his career, when it's all water under the bridge, it's hard to know how we in Western New York are going to look at what kind of player and person Stefon Diggs is.
What?
Well, I think it depends how he wraps up his career.
Yeah. Wraps up his career, see where his life
I mean, if he just fades away or if he ends with a bang, good or bad, that'll be what he ends with.
Yeah, it does seem like it really enjoys the spotlight, and that could be a bad thing if football isn't working out for you anymore.
Because he's an adrenaline junkie. He can't turn it off.
You think that's what it is?
Well, that's why he wants two girls. That's why he buys a Ferrari.
The two girls thing's a rumor.
Yeah.
I know, but I mean, he's one of those guys that, you know, once the game stops, the need is still there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
All right.
So I'm guessing he's one of these guys that doesn't sleep very well.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're using
Well, no, because he rolls over. He's another girl right there.
No respect, no regard, neither.
Hey.
252 WCMF. Stefon Diggs is in some hot water after a video of him surfaced on a yacht entertaining three women. He hands them what appears to be a baggie of pink powder, tells them, don't do it all. Come back and see me when you're done. That's in between them, again, calling him daddy as he asks what my name is. It caused such a stir that his new head coach in Foxborough, Mike Vrabel, had to answer for this in the press conference yesterday. And again, they couldn't ask Stefon, those reporters, any questions because he is not at OTAs, because he is, again, if you're not watching the live stream, quote fingers, rehabbing his knee on a yacht.
Well, a little orgy.
Be relaxing.
Little orgy. No,
I meant the yacht.
Right.
Not what Tommy said.
Little Orgy, one of the worst rappers I've ever heard, by the way. It just hit. For Stefon Diggs personally right now, this could be a disaster. Like a legitimate disaster. First of all, it is a massive distraction. And Stefon Diggs is not the veteran power with this Patriots team that he was with the Bills and he was last year on the Houston Texans.
Do you think he's semi-washed?
Well, look, if you're asking my football opinion, yes. He signed late, right? He sat around as a free agent for a while. He's not a number one guy, even on that team. There is no guarantee that he will be anything close to what we've seen from him as he's coming off this injury at this age. Oh, and you brought him in to be a pretty big influence on your second-year quarterback.
First-year coach.
The guy hasn't taken a snap. And the head coach is already having to answer questions about what the pink powdered substance might have been on a yacht while the rest of the team is doing OTA.
Yeah, if you're the Patriots, you're looking for any sort of consistency here, and he's just going to come in and shake everything up.
And Kimmy, the other thing.
What's that?
Yeah.
Stefon Diggs in this whole scenario is giving plenty of ammunition to Bills fans for when he comes back in prime time to play for the first time in Orchard Park since he removed himself from the team.
Yeah.
And-
So you think they're going to light him up?
Well, Bills fans?
Yeah.
Is that a serious question?
I mean, you think he's going to feed into it, though?
Well,
I don't know. I mean, to this point, like he's hinted at things, but he hasn't gone hard at the Bills organization like we thought he would.
Oh, I don't think he's going to do it. I think fans are going to light
okay.
his
him
ass.
up either way.
Because like
Yeah.
he kind of had his chance to do that when he went to Houston. Like we kind of thought he was going to like light up the Bills, and he didn't really directly do that in any way. I mean, it was kind of like this weird game between like him and players on the Bills where like nobody wanted to say who was the problem.
Well, Stefon Diggs also seems like a very passive-aggressive guy.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's very opinionated, but you won't hear him say his opinion.
Well, I always thought he was like a very sensitive person.
Could be.
You know what I mean?
Could be.
But I never got the sense he was a bad guy.
I'm not saying bad guy.
He just loved the limelight
Well,
when it went his way.
okay, but that's just it. I mean, you say bad guy. I mean, when we're talking like murdering somebody, no, he's not that. It
But
does seem
I
like
think
that.
when the limelight doesn't go his way, I think that's where the problems probably start. Like, I don't think he knows how to make the adjustments.
Okay.
You know how some guys can just stand there and like, okay, nothing happened. You know, he doesn't seem like that kind of cat. To your point, he's going to go off, grab his phone, and then start lighting people up.
You know what he reminds me of?
What?
He reminds me of every one of us at our age, Kimmy, on MySpace in 2002. Life is so hard. If people only cared, and then someone would write like, "What's wrong? Nothing, man."
Or he moves you out of his top. He moves you out of his top 8 friends, but doesn't say anything about it, and then you're back in there tomorrow.
Yeah, and like he puts on like some dashboard confessional song, like there's a away message on AIM. Everything
Yeah.
okay? Yeah, man, everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Well, I guess the good news is if there is a downfall coming, he's going to do it with the Patriots.
Yes. Again, maybe everything happens for a
Okay.
reason here, right? Like,
Could be a good thing.
When Diggs was traded last year, you're eating all of that cap space. You don't have a number one wide receiver. People were freaking out. The Bills have the best season they've had since their last Super Bowl trip.
Yeah.
Statistically, record-wise, how far they went in the playoffs. And you're not dealing with this.
Yeah.
You are not dealing with this. God, Vrabel has got to be so pissed.
happy
Was
about
Drabel
that.
though? Was the one at
Drabel.
what's his name?
Sorry, what were we saying?
You're
No.
thinking you just
Drabel.
mixed
No.
Dable and Vrabel.
Drabel.
Drabel.
Right.
It's that song that everyone sings around the holidays.
What's that?
Drabel,
Drabel,
Drabel, Drabel.
Drabel.
You're not an actual coach. Drabel, Drabel, Drabel. My co-host's having a stroke. You were saying?
Was
Who
he
are you
the coach
talking
in Tennessee?
Mike Vrabel
Yeah.
was the coach in Tennessee.
Yeah, he always had the sourpuss.
Yes.
Okay.
He played for the New England Patriots, and for some reason, Robert Kraft only hires guys to head coach that at one point played for him.
All right.
Except the guy he hired last season made it 1 year, and you blew his ass out,
Mm.
even
Yeah.
though he was the heir apparent for Belichick for like 5 years. I can't wait to watch the Patriots implode on themselves this year. This is a bad omen.
Okay.
It's a bad omen for this team.
All right.
Because Patriots fans are feeling it again all the time. Oh, we're back, man. Drink me. Mike Vrabel. Stefon Diggs. We're coming in Orchard Park. Pick cocaine and champagne. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
If you are between the ages of like 18 and 20, or you have a child of that age,
Yeah.
do not change the radio station. Because New York State has gone on a mission the last few summers, and they have done a really, really, really good job
Oh.
of accomplishing their goal. And they have started this and made the announcement yesterday that they will continue to do this if your kid or you are underage drinking at these places.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This is a warning because we love you.
Okay.
Well, the last thing we want is our listeners, the folks who love us, all three of you, to get in any kind of trouble. So if you are between the ages of like 18 and 20,
Yeah.
or you have a kid that age, listen up and listen up good.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9 o'clock. We are here to help you also with your relationship.
Oh, great.
Because it turns out that a shocking number of Americans say their relationship is not good.
To the toilet.
Yeah, but not good enough to not good. Not bad enough to leave.
To gas it.
Yeah, you got it. Which could actually make things worse. And we'll get to the story just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. The state of New York announced yesterday they are continuing with Operation Prevent. Operation Prevent. Do you remember what this is?
No.
It happens every summer now.
Yeah.
New York State officials set themselves up at concert venues across upstate New York.
Yeah.
Darien Lake, CMAC, places like that.
All right.
And their goal is to catch underage kids using fake IDs to buy and consume alcohol.
At concerts?
At concerts.
Okay.
So for some reason, they discovered that a ton of underage drinking via fake IDs were happening at these shows all summer long.
Oh.
And a couple of years ago, they kicked off this Operation Prevent.
Wow.
And it went better than they could have ever imagined.
Really?
They caught thousands of these kids trying to use fake IDs across the state at these concert venues. And they announced that they have done this 3 times up to this point. And for the rest of the summer, state officials will be undercover and in plain clothes and in uniform, walking around catching kids doing this. And there's a lot of trouble that comes along with it if you or your kid gets caught.
Like what?
Well, first of all, they're arrested.
Would they arrest you?
Now, they don't take you away. It's an appearance ticket.
Okay.
They confiscate the ID.
What?
If
I got 4 more concerts to go to. I bought that whole summer package.
From people we have talked to in the past,
Yeah.
I believe that if you are caught underage drinking using a fake ID, they can take your driver's license away and until you are 21, and that is like a thing they do on the regular.
Ooh.
And
That would be the biggest punishment if you're that age.
252 WCMF 252-9263 if this has happened to you, because it was stunning how serious they took this with punishment on the back end. Like kids that went and got lawyers and everything.
Oh, really?
And ended up, having to do a whole bunch of stuff and losing a whole bunch of privileges. And what's funny is, us being a big risk versus reward show, the risk of losing your ability to move around as an 18, 19, 20-year-old is not worth a couple of beers at a concert.
No.
But it kind of ruins the whole concert experience, going as a semi-adult.
Sure.
And
you're also too young to understand the risk is not worth it.
Oh, I know.
So, they're still going to do it.
Yeah.
Right. Which is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I did it as a kid even.
What do you mean?
Like, the first concert I ever went to see was Peter Frampton at the West Palm Beach Auditorium. And I went with 2 other guys, and we had his dad's Ford LTD, which was a tank.
Okay.
And we got, we brought beer with us and stuff.
Sure.
And it was like the coolest first adult thing I ever did like that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Just a quick sidebar. I get Frampton was like a phenomenon.
But he had just come on with Frampton Comes Alive.
Okay. I always thought that leaned more towards like chicks.
It did later, but that album hadn't broke yet. So when I went to see him, it was $4.
So it was $4. So you and 2 of your buddies went to go see Peter
And
Frampton.
Gary Wright and Dreamweaver. What's wrong with that?
Stopped upon the Dreamweaver train.
And we all had on white jeans.
No, look, I'm with you, man. Like, part of going to a concert as a kid that age is like, we're going to party. We're going to have a good time. But, like, maybe, bro, 4 or 5 beers versus your ability to drive your effing car and all the trouble you'd be in. Like,
I wonder if this sounds terrible, but I wonder if it hurts concert venues.
that kids aren't going to want to go.
Right.
I mean, kids are stupid enough to go try anyway.
Yeah. Every kid thinks
true.
they're not going to get caught.
Right.
And
or
that-
they can sneak it somehow.
And that's the weirdest thing about this whole idea.
What's that?
252 WCMF 252-9263. Before we get there, we got folks waiting on hold. Johnny's on CMF. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
What's up, guys?
What up?
Happened to me. They actually put me in jail for the night.
What?
And the judge came in at 3:00 in the morning for arraignment. They charged me with a felony.
Okay, wait, back up the truck here. Where were you?
Darien Lake area.
Okay, how long ago was this?
15 years ago.
All right, and how old were you?
20. Well, no, yeah, 20.
And all you had done was get caught with a fake ID.
Yeah, it may have been my third one, but
Okay, well, that's a different story, Johnny.
So you went through 3 fake IDs?
yeah. But here's the weird thing: I was using other people's names on my fake IDs for the first 2. All they do is take it away and give you a little appearance ticket. If you use your real name, and maybe it changed, it's a felony.
Oh, yeah, because you're
Wouldn't it be the other way
falsifying a
around?
government document.
That explains it.
Yeah. I may have not been cooperative. Maybe that's why.
Okay,
I was
also something you
Also
need to
that.
include in the
Also
story,
that.
John.
There was also a dead body.
Yeah, spent the night in jail, got arraigned, and then I was assigned a lot of community service, had to get a lawyer. Luckily, I didn't get a felony in my record, but it could have been.
Look, anyone else telling us this story, I'd be like, this is terrible, but you calling the show for so long, I kind of get it.
It's been a while. All right, guys.
Johnny, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So Johnny illustrates exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
Right? Like normally when you do these undercover things, right, the idea is not only to prevent the people that are committing the crime from stopping,
Yeah.
but to scare people.
Scare them straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen here, right? No kid is going to look at this story because every kid.
They won't even know the story.
They'll know. They'll know because they will have friends that get busted.
All right.
Yeah.
But every 18 to 20-year-old kid goes, they're not going to get me. Johnny got busted 3 times, he just said.
Or it's the same thing we hear all the time. Like people think that they hear loopholes. Well, if I get an out-of-state one, they can't scan it, so they don't know that it's not real. Like that, kids will spread those kind of rumors, so they'll keep trying.
And there is a whole industry devoted to getting kids fake IDs. We've talked about this on the show before. You can order them online, right, if they don't get picked off in the mail. There was also, and I don't know if it still exists, just over the border in Niagara Falls, a little shop off of Lundy Lane that would make you a scannable ID. In your name, all the information you wanted to put on it, and it was as real could get. And they sold them as, quote, souvenirs.
Or novelties.
Yes, yeah. But me and my buddies, that was the first thing
what
we
a
did.
golden ticket that is.
Man, oh man. But back when I was a kid, it was $100. And you
For
had
all
this
that
thing.
fun, man.
And that's just it, man.
It's worth every penny.
Oh, you know it.
So look. You do what you want.
Enjoy the concerts here. Season, but seriously.
I mean, for the sake of safety, obviously.
Yeah.
But for the sake of your freedom, ability to move around, the money you as a mother or father.
Well, it's going to cost you a ton in legal fees.
I mean, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Kane Brown sounds just as good sober. Or maybe not him, but you get what I'm saying. Peter Frampton.
Well, may he rest in peace.
Peter Frampton's alive.
Oh, yeah, that was the name of the album.
Peter
Frampton's alive.
I understand that.
That was the follow-up album. Hey, there's some boys at this concert.
Just these 3 in white jeans. All right.
White jean boys.
The white jean boys. All right, we got stuff to give you.
Let's get it.
And by the way, you got to be 21 years of older to go to this show, period, so we don't have to worry about underage drinking. But before we get you these tickets, we want to make sure, 1, you stay out of jail, and 2, that your relationship is strong. And in this story, these relationships have not gone so bad that people are ready to end them. But that can actually make the scenario worse because a shocking number of Americans admit they are in one of these right now.
Oh, my God.
And I know.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. You talk like you got your white jeans on right now. We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room. Let's see you, Not good, Tommy.
What's the matter?
If you're in a relationship,
Yeah.
you got to keep it spicy,
Okay.
exciting. Every day, the love of your life, a new adventure.
Hmm.
But things seem to be going the opposite way.
Oh.
And the bigger problem, it doesn't look like there's an easy way to fix it.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but we got a lot of things going on.
Okay, what's going on?
All right, first of all, just after 9:30, it is Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh, we're going to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. Also, there is a way, at least according to this company, where you will never get another text call or spam call or text again.
Fantastic.
But it's going to cost you.
How much?
We'll get to it just after 9:30. Also, we got a pair of tickets to see Forever Seeger, a Bob Seger cover band, June 7th at Del Lago Resort and Casino. We're going to give you those tickets. Not now.
Okay.
Don't call. Don't be a dick. All right? Be cool.
All right.
But if I were you,
Right.
if you want these tickets, you don't want to be a dick. Wait a little bit longer.
Okay.
Wink. We'll get you those Forever Seeger tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Tommy!
Yeah, buddy.
Love is not easy.
Oh, no, you got to work at it, Pat.
And this proves it. 1 in 4 Americans in a relationship say right now
Yeah.
they are in a relationship rut.
All right.
The spark is gone. That person that you were once excited to spend time with is now just someone else in your life. And you may be asking, how do I know if I am in a relationship rut right now?
Yeah, what's the signs?
Well, the study found 1/2 of Americans say they don't get enough romantic gestures from their partner.
Oh.
Just under half
That's
of them.
dudes. I mean, that's wives.
Well, no. I mean, you're going to tell me every woman and no men said this?
No, but I'm saying it's heavily chick.
You think?
Yeah.
All right, let's pause. Let's go down this road.
Yeah.
I know no man would say out loud in front of his friends or people that know him that he doesn't get enough romantic gestures from his
Yeah.
partner. But do you think, with the gift of anonymity, which they got in this study, you don't think men are upset with the amount of romantic gestures?
I have a question over here.
Yeah, sure.
Because
boy in
like
the
you've
back.
talked about like your buddies who've cheated, right? Is that not the excuse that they use for why they go and find somebody else to be intimate with? Intimate?
Intimate.
Intimate
You be intimate over there.
Intimate with?
There was a cake involved? So I don't know if this answers your question, but the guys that I know that were like chronic cheaters,
Yeah.
they were bored. They were not that they didn't find their wives attractive, they were tired of having sex.
But they also
And they were good-looking
made
women.
They made the argument like, oh, she's not paying attention to me anymore.
So my one buddy, I tell you the truth.
Yeah.
Because his wife was like stunning.
Yeah.
And he goes, she's got a closet full of Victoria's Secret, and she would put all of it on for me, and do whatever she want and do whatever I want. I just don't. I'm just not interested. Like he got bored. He just wanted more candy.
Okay, all right, and that's fair
You know
enough.
what I mean?
But I mean,
There's a reason why they didn't make just one porn.
No, that's fair enough.
Definitely
something as a married man you should say into a microphone for the world to hear.
Hey, I'm just being a little honest.
Just be real, man. You're gonna like my realness, man.
This is South Florida, the '80s.
Look, maybe it's not your buddies, but no. To Kimmy's point, a lot of excuses from cheating men is she doesn't give me the attention that she used to.
But I always
It's
think
like the
most
first
women.
thing they point to.
Yeah.
I always think most women initiate the romance, initiate these things.
Okay.
I think more women are in tune to when a relationship is going south than the guys are. I think the guy is the last to know between the two of you.
I'm going to disagree with you there. I mean, I know that it's trendy and cool to be like a tough guy, like, yeah, man, I don't know, whatever, she's there and I come home. But I think that guys outside of conversation with their friends are way more sensitive when it comes to their relationships than you think.
Okay, but I think men take things for granted.
Okay, fair enough.
You know what I mean? Like they're just not seeing it.
Okay. All right, so 1/2 Americans say they don't get enough romantic gestures from their partner. Just under half of Americans say they are less passionate, more routine about having sex.
So it's almost become like part of the week.
You got it. We just have sex.
Yeah.
3 in 10 Americans in relationships admit they are now bored in the bedroom, and 4 in 10 Americans in relationships say they don't have interesting conversations with their partner anymore.
Well, I mean, if you've been with somebody so long, I mean, you kind of know everything. Unless something new happens in your day, that would be a rut.
You're right.
And I don't know how you get out of that.
Well, here's the problem. And this is the biggest, most startling number. Like everything we said, I think there are people listening, if you're in a relationship, you can relate to that. Over 1/2 of the people polled that said they were in a relationship rut said they felt this way about the relationship for over a year.
Okay.
Not good.
Right.
All right. So you had said there's nothing you can do about it. All right. So I slam you with all this information.
Yeah. It's
right?
a ton of it.
Relationship experts say this is really bad. Do you see this as an issue?
I mean, it just seems like human nature. Like the more you're with each other, the more you're comfortable you get with each other. You develop these lives, jobs, routines. You would have to break a lot of that to stimulate your relationship. And that's hard to do without it affecting other things like your job and your kids and other things, your other obligations.
Kimmy, do you agree with him?
Well, I think these problems come and go over time, only because of, where you could be at in life, where your kids are at in life. I can understand how, it's not going to be perfect all the time. Like, that's impossible. So I can understand having these issues for a period of time throughout your relationship.
Okay. So both of you say this is not that big a deal.
I'm not saying it's not big of a deal.
I think if it's long term, it is.
Okay.
I know couples that, like, they've been married for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
The kids get out of the house, and now they have nothing. They realize, oh, my God, we have nothing in common.
Sure, yeah.
But they didn't realize that for a long time. They thought we were doing the right thing.
Well, you had the kids in common.
But the relationship, the romance, had died years ago, but they didn't realize it.
I think here what you're missing, and you never raised kids with somebody, so it's not your fault, right? Like, there is romance that comes from bonding over your children.
Okay.
Right? And the thing that you have in common with your kids, you're experiencing these things together that are new as they grow up. I do think that it's not so much the romance died, it's that you focused on raising your kids, which is where your romance came from. And I know that sounds weird.
But that's where the energy goes.
You're just
exactly.
busy.
Yes. Well, no, I mean, no. Because, like, for example, like, I'll use my daughter. My oldest plays hockey. My youngest plays tennis. She does ballroom dance.
Yeah.
Whenever they have, like, an event together, like, my wife and I are there together. Right. And then, like, my wife gets very amorous when she sees me dealing with my girls in that situation. And I am, falling head over heels in love with my wife again when I watch the way that she deals with our kids in that situation. So if that gets taken away, I understand it's not so much the romance died. It's that what we bonded over is now gone.
Okay. All right. No, I get it.
Okay, all right. No, you give me that look. No, you don't got a boner anymore. It's a problem. Okay. I've thrown a lot of numbers at you.
Yeah.
All right. But this number is why what we are talking about matters.
Whatever.
We told you that 1/4 of Americans in a relationship say they are in a relationship rut. Well, of those people, about 1/4 of them said they have started daydreaming about other romantic partners. Not that they don't love their current partner.
But they fantasize.
They are fantasizing now about other romantic partners.
Mm.
So,
Are we talking about, like, people we know?
it says other romantic partners. You take that.
It could be anybody.
Yeah, however
anything.
you want it to.
It could be something you just made up.
Is it more bothersome if it's someone you know?
Yeah, I think so. Because that's somebody that you're interacting with in real life.
Attainable.
Yeah, it's not so much a fantasy
right.
as it is like, well, why? What is it about that person?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right, I get like a coworker that's on like the same plane, whatever. If you found out your husband, in a hypothetical situation, was fantasizing about a woman that was way out of his league, would that bother you?
Like
she's
but
around.
somebody we know.
Yeah, someone we know. But there's no
I think
way.
it would bother me. Like anybody we know personally would obviously bug me more than a celebrity or something.
Okay. So with that being said, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. How do you get that spark back? I want to excite my romantic partner. I want to get them excited to spend time with me, talk to me, have sex with me. Your first move is what?
I think you got to surprise them, right? Like spontaneity.
Okay.
Right? Like, I take her out, pull a move that she doesn't see coming, or she does the same to you.
Okay, but here's the problem.
Right?
But we'll keep it in men's laps for now because, we are men.
Right.
You are the worst person to have this discussion with because I agree with what you just said.
Yeah.
And are you questioning yourself now?
Well, I mean, yeah. Kimmy, you know this. Tommy and I are the least spontaneous men on the planet.
Yes.
Yeah, but maybe that would surprise her because you are people that don't like to go too far out of their comfort zone.
I understand. I don't think we have it in us to do what we would need to do.
Oh.
Do you disagree?
Well, I have tried it and it didn't go well. So yes.
Like how do you
like role play? Is that
No.
No, because you've talked about how you tried that before and it wasn't for you.
I can't do it.
With women in the past.
Yes, I can't do it.
Well, you're a terrible actor.
I'm not an actor. I can't stick to a script.
I've tried spontaneity. You mean like your boner cop?
Well, that's what I thought you were talking
I'm here to
about.
fix the cable.
No, you mean more like surprising them with like a weekend or a
Yeah,
dinner.
yeah. So you
Okay.
pull a surprise move. Yeah, like a weekend getaway, stuff like that.
Okay, but here's the problem with that idea. And again, it's not a bad
Role
idea.
play.
It's,
For some reason, I have a pilot's outfit in the trunk.
and you're a boner cop at
Well,
the same time.
I'm
It's
just
weird.
thinking because I would think you'd be open to trying most things once.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but the problem with spontaneity, if you're using that to get your spark back,
Yeah.
It's temporary.
well, and that's just it. Let's say, Kimmy, you try it one time and you nail it. You got to do it again.
Yes.
You got to keep doing it. And then spontaneity, if it happens enough, all of a sudden is not spontaneous anymore.
Yeah, you do run into a corner.
So outside of surprise, what else is there to do to get out of that rut?
I mean, go ahead.
I mean, you're back at your house, you're back in your bed, you're back into your routine. To your point, yeah, we're right back at it. Right
Okay.
back where we started.
You're not really trying.
No, but like we went out, we did all that stuff, we came home, and then next week, well, we're kind of back where we started.
See, you're present, but you're not present. You're here,
Yeah.
but you're not really.
That sounds like every woman I've ever dated.
Has
But I
every
think-
man heard that from a woman at
Yeah.
some point? You're here, but you're not really here.
Yeah.
I also don't know if you as a couple, like if each of you know that the other one is unhappy. Does that
Okay.
make sense? Like you
Yeah.
could both be kind of in a rut about the same things, but never talk to each other about it, which means it's probably never gonna get fixed.
Yeah.
So maybe just like somebody starting that conversation. I mean, it's kind of a risk if that person is totally fine with everything that's going on, but maybe just starting the conversation about what we can do to make it better is a start.
It's a risk either way. And I think it's the same mentality that some guys have about not going to the doctor.
Yeah.
I know that things
I don't
probably.
want to know what's wrong.
Exactly. I know
Yeah.
things probably are good, but when I know what isn't good,
Yeah.
now I've got to deal with it.
But I
Okay.
guess but you're never going to fix it if you don't know what's wrong.
Understood, but you also run the risk, Kimmy, of that like slippery slope argument where like if I find out what you feel is worse than I thought,
Yeah.
well now I'm screwed.
Right.
Whereas if we just pretend everything is okay, we can keep living this
Yeah.
way.
So you're talking about like you're both going to sit down and put cards on the table.
Yeah.
But what's going on? Right? But are you going to put all your cards down?
Well, when you say all your cards.
All your cards. Whatever you think the issues are you going to seriously lay all the cards on the table knowing that this could blow up in my face?
Or, and maybe you don't want to hurt the other person's feelings.
Right. So then
Like,
that means we
Yeah.
start getting stuck again,
Yeah.
not dealing with things because we're not going to be ballsy enough to go all in.
Okay. But here's the thing. I also think it's easier for a woman to lay it
yeah.
all out than it
Yeah.
is for a man.
Absolutely.
I mean, you guys can admit it's not. You can't even talk about things with your buddies. I would imagine it's probably harder with a partner to
Yeah.
admit those things. Like you guys aren't good at talking about your emotions, period. So you're not letting out your emotions to anybody,
It's easier for me to do that with my
or
wife
or
than it is.
relating
To a point.
Like as
You
a
and I are
woman,
different
like
people when it comes to that stuff.
What?
Emotions. You don't have any.
Oh, little emotional boy.
You see the haircut?
Josh Allen's going to be on Netflix. I don't want to watch it.
Like I
HBO.
can't imagine you're getting advice
Oh,
from anybody either. Like even outside of your relationship or if somebody else already went through this, you'd never know. And if it worked out for them, you'd never know.
You
No,
never
you're
You're
want to
not
tell a
talking about
buddy.
it with other people.
You never want to tell a buddy like a deep problem you're having.
But that's kind of sad.
No, it's not. Because he's not going to listen. He's going to tell you about his buddy.
Yeah.
Where, oh, yeah, man, my buddy did that too, man. Next thing you know, man, he's got a steak knife in his thigh. Don't do that. Chick was nuts. Didn't even know it, man. He walked in. She was like 4 margaritas into her afternoon.
He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
Like I think as a woman, I have more outlets for help and
That's why
advice
you live
and
longer.
those types of things. And so even if I know somebody who has a similar issue in their life, like I have a little bit of guidance.
No, but there's a problem with that too.
Right.
And the big problem with what you just described, having the outlets, women having outlets, men not. Again, we're talking about this new study. 1 in 4 Americans in a relationship say they are in a relationship rut. 1/2 say they don't get enough romantic gestures from their partner. Just under half say they are having less passionate, more routine sex. 3 in 10 admit they are now bored in the bedroom, and 4 in 10 say they have not had interesting conversations with their partner anymore. The most jarring statistic of the people who said they're in a rut, A quarter of them say they are now regularly fantasizing about other people. Kimmy, you talk about it's easier for women because you have somewhere to go.
Yeah.
That makes it harder for men also, because it is rare where if you go to your girlfriends and say, I have a problem with what's going on in my relationship, that they don't immediately go, it's his fault.
No, that's not
What
true.
do you do?
I'm telling you that's not true.
Well, then you
because
need new
if there
girlfriends.
really is something that I'm struggling with personally,
Yeah.
and maybe you don't even really know what the problem is or the way you feel or what's going on and why things are the way they are. I do think that, especially with like your closest friends, they can help you a little bit. Even if it's just them listening to you, sometimes that helps.
It's a support system.
The fact that you said it like that.
We don't have that.
But yeah,
I'm
that's what I
listening.
say. Like, I don't think you guys have anything close to that.
You're not wrong.
ESPN,
Shut up. I love how you're like pretending.
gambling sites.
You're pretending like you're a real man. I watch ESPN, and then I go and I cut down trees in my backyard. I'm a man. All right, so we've been rambling here, going in circles, trying to figure out how to fix this. Luckily, we do have suggestions from relationship experts on how to spin out of that relationship rut.
All right.
Okay.
A number one, better communication. What does that mean?
Where do I start?
Exactly. How do you just communicate better? And if that wasn't an issue, you wouldn't have this problem in the first place.
Yes.
I mean, the best thing to do would be to see an expert, but I don't know how many people, men or women, want to take it to that level.
Okay.
Because I think the assumption is if you need it, then we're already doomed.
Yeah.
And that's not the case, but I think it could help more people, but they just don't want to seek that kind of help.
Okay, that's a good point. They also suggest
What's that?
trying new things in the bedroom to spin out of that rut.
Lube up.
But who brings it up first?
Lube a new spot.
Lubanu Spot.
Lube a new stop.
It sounds like a Hawaiian all-inclusive. Welcome to Lubanu Spot. Look, it's not a bad idea,
All right.
but that is a dicey
Well, that
road
comes
you-
into the role playing and sex toys.
Freeze motor cops.
Yeah.
Okay. One, you're right
Naval
about
penetration.
naval?
Yeah. We talked about it with Ben. I was tossing that chick's
You're
navel.
not going to let that go.
No,
are
he was
ya?
tossing. He wasn't penetrating. There's a difference.
Well, his tongue would have been
No, I don't.
making.
I
No.
think we have a different definition of what penetration
Well,
How
you-
deep
you
is
could-
your navel?
or tossing.
He dates a lot of deep naveled women.
Deep naveled
Woman.
woman.
Oh,
Okay. So I agree with you, Kimmy. One, who is going to bring up new stuff in the bedroom is
Right.
dicey.
Right.
The second big issue with that advice,
Yeah.
if you are in this relationship rut, you're probably already a little insecure.
Mm-hmm.
Sexual experimentation while you are feeling insecure seems like a really bad idea.
Yes.
Is that a fair
Yeah,
statement?
you're not going into it fully confident.
And
And you both also probably have different ideas of what that is.
You absolutely have different
Right.
ideas of what that is, because if you didn't, you'd already be doing it.
Right.
Like, what are the odds? It's like one of those, stupid relationship, rom-coms where it's like, you like that too?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. And we've been together 10 years. And then he's penetrating her navel. What did that sound like again? Every vagina in Rochester just slams shut. What is wrong with
I
you?
don't know.
I don't know. My
God,
chest
It's
hurts.
even more disturbing from my angle.
Oh yeah, you got a nice profile on my tongue.
Yeah. Oh. Gary writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He writes, 7-year relationship, no kids together, but have grown kids separately. I bought us a mini poodle puppy 2 years ago. Between the grooming and dressing her up, it was the best thing we could have done to restart our relationship.
A pet.
Get a dog?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, look, by all means necessary, any means necessary, right? But, I mean, it is an interesting idea too, Gary, and I'm not criticizing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, is it something like a hobby?
Oh, it
that
can,
you need to have?
a couple's hobby.
But, I mean, that's what the dog kind of seems like it is
or
right now.
golf,
Right?
tennis, paddle,
Okay.
anything when you and your taking a walk. I don't know.
And I think that leads us into the end of this conversation and the massive elephant in the room that never gets talked about enough in these relationship studies and polls and things.
But
There seems to be this idea with a lot of people in general that all relationships can be fixed. But the fact is, there are people that just don't work out.
oh yeah, sure.
You care about them. You want them to be happy.
It just ain't there,
Yeah, right?
or you don't want to,
Okay.
right? You just don't
yeah,
want it. You just
sometimes.
don't want to do it.
And I mean, before you get to that part,
I was gonna say, I think once you're at that point, you know it's over. What's tricky is when you you don't know how much more effort, I guess, to put into it.
Yes, and where this could be end up going.
Like,
and are you
did
gonna
we
regret
do
it?
everything we could have? I don't know yet.
And like when you read these things or have these discussions, I guess the question is, how do you know if your relationship is one that can be fixed and brought back, or if this was something that just wasn't destined to work out in the first place? And if it's not something that's sustainable long term, is that a realization that both people in that relationship come to at the same time?
Yeah, you're gonna have to sell the hot tub.
Okay. You got a hot tub and it's not working, you got bigger problems.
That's what I'm saying. A hot tub, that's a test right there.
You got infection potential.
Huh?
I'm just saying. You shouldn't do some things in the hot
Well,
tub.
not the one at the Holiday Inn. I mean, use your own.
We got tickets to go see Forever Seeger. Going to concerts would help.
Yeah, there you go.
Forever Seeger, a Bob Seger cover band, is coming June 7th, 8 p.m., courtesy of Del Lago Resort and Casino. You must be 21 years of age or older to attend events at Divine. Tickets are on sale right now at DelLagoResort.com. We'll take the eighth caller, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Eighth caller, Forever Seeger, Bob Seger cover band. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And this company claims you will never get another spam call or text ever again.
This is great.
But it's going to cost you.
Ooh.
Next here in the break room on CMF. It would end one of the biggest pains in the asses for everybody in America.
Well, this is great.
And you could argue it would save you a ton of time and headaches if you were to get scammed.
Let's do it.
The question is, one, does this work?
Yeah.
And two, would the price be worth it?
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Thursday.
Yeah.
When you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid, bless you, Kimmy, or laugh about how, bro, it looks like you took 2 marshmallows, sewed them together, and put them on your feet. Those are the, like.
These are my Nurse Betty's.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Normally.
he's had those a while now.
I know he has, but normally.
I wear them with the tracksuit every week.
Normally, like, it goes long enough to cover them. When you see them fully, you look like you're about to walk a trapeze.
I'm telling you, these are the most comfortable
Uh-huh.
I've ever had.
There is sporty sneaks.
You got to really hurt someone. Something along the lines of.
Pat Duffy, I don't like Stefon Diggs anymore. He's not a very nice person. He puts too many girls on a boat that tries to give them pink cocaine. And that's not a very nice man who hands girls pink cocaine. Because I'm a non-doing pink blow little bitch.
Like we said, we cannot be sure what the substance is.
But it sounds cool.
And yeah, man, when you're on video on a yacht, when you're supposed to be at OTAs, but you can't because you hurt your knee, and you may be
Not
cheating on your
great.
girlfriend Cardi B with 3 women there and have a bag of powder that you're just randomly handing out when you're on a new team that you haven't even taken a snap with, and the head coach has to answer for the video that went viral. Yeah, that's a problem.
But you have access to a yacht. Use it.
Oh, I didn't think about that. We take all your bitch voices. We run it back. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Oh, I'm Pat Duffy. I'm going to have everybody over for Memorial Day and serve them low hot dogs and busted burgers because I'm just a busted low hot dog serving little Memorial Day bitch.
Because I got low cash, son. Oh, yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah, no.
And I don't think I have the ability to tuck a roll out of a roll and go into the water because I'm a scared ass not James Bond. Be a little bitch.
A water jug, 2.5 water jugs full of change.
Ooh, I'm a water jug billionaire.
My name's Chuckles, and I'm going to hit on a radio station thousands of miles away because I'm sad, lonely, don't know how radio works. And I'm going to hit on a little block because I'm just a bitch-ass bitch.
That's all I got for you, kid.
I'm sleepy. Got a little sleepy on my. Oh, I come in here all the time, running my mouth, and I'm sleepy. I come in. And I've been out all night, and I can't do the bitch part. Dude, well, I screwed up again, but you're still a bitch. You know, so Troy, I was fortunate enough to go over to England for that Bills game.
Yeah, I heard all about it. It was in the papers.
Ooh, where were you?
Ooh, I'm sorry.
I was in London.
Well, you know, I got this friend, too, and he's afraid of HBO coming to his football team and watching them practice and do jumping jacks because then they won't go to the Super Bowl because somebody said, hey, Josh, how you feeling today? Talk to the people at HBO. Pat's afraid of HBO. You're a cable scared little bitch.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
One of the biggest pains in the ass
Yeah.
now. Spam phone calls and spam text
Yep.
messages, right? And they're not just a pain in the ass. Sometimes they can affect your life in super negative ways, right? Some of these spam calls and text messages are direct scams,
Yeah.
and people fall for them, and it costs them hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. There is a new company that claims they can eliminate these from your life forever.
Sweet.
It's an app, and it's called YouMail. They claim the technology checks every call and text
Yeah.
using advanced screening technology
All right.
that you will get. It will also show you, according to this company, what list you are on that got you this communication in the first place.
Oh.
And then it says they can take you off of that list.
It's a miracle.
Okay, that's what they say. All right. The app is available,
Yeah.
it says here in the story, for $6.99. Now, I don't know if that means $6.99 one-time shot or $6.99 a month.
Ooh.
I would assume it's $6.99 a month, but
Yeah.
don't quote me. Tommy?
Yeah.
$6.99 a month to never get a spam text or call ever again. Is it worth
I
it?
think it's a deal. I mean, $6 not that much.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's amongst all the other things that you pay for a month. It's
Yeah, I
just
never
adding
look at
on
it
to
that way. Yeah, I look at it. That's the only $6 I will spend that month.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Your only output is $6.
$6.
Kimmy, is it worth it?
No, I mean, it's free for me to just ignore it.
Okay.
You
But,
know.
I mean, there are some texts you get where now you're not
Yeah.
entirely
Like, if
sure.
you're
I
expecting a
usually-
call and you don't know the person directly, you worry about it.
And then what if I'm expecting a call from the king of Siam, but then the king of, Congolese, I don't even know if that's a country.
No, I think that was part of the Bush administration.
Hey, babe.
No, like for me, I think tacking on another monthly payment, and that seems like something you'd have and you forget about too.
Yeah, I got all those.
So no, I think I'm out on that.
So there was a warning last week from the state of New York.
What did I say?
There is a toll scam that is very believable going around in text messages, and it's gotten a lot of people.
You in trouble.
And if you have someone vulnerable. Sorry, Kimmy.
Vulnerable.
Thank you. In your life, like a parent or a grandparent, maybe putting this on their phone would be a good idea.
Oh, yeah. I think it's definitely handy for certain groups of people. Like, I would even put it on my teenager's phone,
Okay.
too.
All right. So now you're spending $12 a month.
Sure, but it's, worth it. I don't know how savvy your kid is, what they could click on,
Okay.
give information to.
Valid point. Now, here's the thing.
What was that?
Oh, this sounds great.
Yeah.
Right? But it does also feel like the claims that they make here,
It doesn't work?
there's no way this is going to be able to work.
Oh.
Because, like, if.
Scams will evolve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, if this does become a popular thing, the folks who put out these spam calls, spam texts are just going to find a way around it because every, wall they put in front of them, they found a way to get around it.
Yeah.
And then you're going to get more people falling for those scams because if I have this technology and I get that phone call or text, well, it's supposed to block it if it's spam, so this must not be spam.
Great call.
So I'm going to answer it.
Great call. This seems more dangerous than
Yeah.
it's got to be too good to be true. Are there people that have this? 252-WCMF, 252-9263, you mail, and has it worked for you? And the other thing about it,
Yeah.
I mean, if you are paying a monthly fee, $6.99 a month, there would eventually be a point in time where it would have been actually cheaper to get scammed than pay not to get scammed.
Yeah.
Because let's say you use this for the rest of your life. $6 a month. What's $6 a month times 12?
Let's find out.
72.
$14.
No, I think it's $72.
All right.
60.
$72 a year.
72.
$72 a year.
All right.
10 years, that's $720.
Yeah.
I mean, how often does the average American get scammed via text or phone? Let's say you get scammed once every 10 years,
Yeah.
right? Down the road. If they're not getting you for more than $720, you're actually at a loss now.
Yeah.
And I guess you're saving time not answering the calls or
Sure.
looking at the text messages, but it would have been easier for me to just get scammed.
Yeah.
Right? No?
To run the risk.
So with this thing, though, I'm not even gonna see the call, right?
I will read it to you again.
Because like right now, it'll tell you potential scam.
Potential spam, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
This is like I don't even know. It doesn't even reach me.
I don't know.
That would be nice.
Well, but
Like,
then
you
what,
don't even.
but what if it's not spam?
Well,
Because like even
if
sometimes
that person's dead, I'll find about it later.
when my kid's school calls,
See, that's the thing with kids. You get numbers from sometimes you don't recognize.
well, no, even the number that is for Aquinas, it'll say potential spam on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, and even with me, if I go see a doctor, a specialist,
Yeah.
and I get a follow-up phone call, I don't know that number. So if I get something from Clifton Springs, I got to take it.
Sure.
So I've spent over $10,000 at Clifton Springs. But I'm always at the doctor.
By the way, $10,000 at Clifton Springs, you could buy half that Main Street.
Oh yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Troy. Hey, Troy.
Guys and Kimmy.
Hey, what's up?
So I have this on my Verizon account
Oh,
already. and it's
do
through
you?
Verizon, and it works pretty
I'm
good.
ahead of the ball game
My name's
here.
Troy. I got things on my phone.
Ahead of the curve,
They call me
Troy.
future Troy. Back to the Troy.
Don't lose anything.
Oh, Troy McFly.
My money makes money.
Bitch filter.
You were saying Troy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're just trying to hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying
Oh, I'm
it's
so cool. Check me out. Oh, people trying to share information. Your mic's off, Kimmy. You can't even interrupt him because your mic's not on.
I feel like he's about to tell us something useful, but
Okay, Troy, I'm sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead, bro.
Real this time.
No, never mind.
But no, we want to
I
hear
will
what
talk to you
gonna
now.
tell you.
Oh, please, Troy, tell
Troy,
us.
come on.
Please, Troy.
Troy, go ahead.
Okay, you really want to hear?
Yes.
All right, so I have this spam filter.
Oh, Troy, I got the
I'm
spam
so
filter
cool.
right
Oh,
there.
spam this
I've done my
man.
phone for 3 times because I'm an idiot.
They call
My
me
name's
Spam
Troy.
the
Oh,
man.
check me out.
Ah, you guys are the best.
Troy, great call, buddy. Have a
Yeah,
good rest.
learned a
of your day.
lot.
Go on.
There goes Troy. No, so
I wanted to hear what he said.
Troy doesn't know crap.
Hey, he has nothing.
No, so there are other people writing us.
Yeah.
Buy Your Site Outfitters writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. In regards to the scam calls, would have Google Pixel phone's built-in feature where they automatically screen calls where your phone doesn't even ring. It works really well, and since I've been using it, I haven't gotten one scam call. I assume it's the same thing that Troy's discussing.
Okay.
If he would have just been able to get it out
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
instead of like stammering.
Jesus Christ. Spit it out.
I want to tell you guys anymore. 252 WCMF 2529263. Again, we're talking about this new app. It is called YouMail for $6.99, or excuse me, $5.99, and we assume that it's monthly. They will filter out all of your spam calls and your spam text messages, and it would save you time.
Yeah.
It would keep you from getting spam, but it is another $6 a month you're paying to have.
Throw it on the heap.
So why don't you download it right now? If there's one person in this room most likely to get scammed, it's the guy that thought Terry Pagula was actually following him on Facebook.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'm going to do it.
Oh, you're dying. You don't even...
I'm going to run it by Troy first.
What's it called?
It's called the Troy Spam Alert.
I've said it 4 times. I've looked you in the eyeballs and said this 4 times, and you cannot tell me the name of the app. How are you?
I got
dumb?
bro. I'm starting. I get the dementia.
No, that's not it. You've had this your whole life, idiot.
Dementia?
Maybe.
I don't know.
Man, I kind of want to know what Troy had to say
Well,
too.
too late now.
Don't you be like you put him on and then you tried to interrupt him too. Your mic was off.
I didn't try to interrupt him.
I'm gonna be cool now. Oh, no.
I tried to save Troy.
I like Troy. Troy's a good man. We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing about next here in the break room on CMF. The weather may not be cooperating.
Yeah.
But it's time to spring into savings.
Ooh, maybe a new ride for the summer?
Yeah, with the Ide family of dealerships. May lease specials. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio Thursday, Rapper.
You're right over there?
I need some water.
Oh, yeah. This is the break room.
Oh, there's a lot of bitch voice there for a second.
Well,
He's recovering.
If Troy wasn't being such a bitch.
I know.
We got to get out of the way. Tomorrow's a Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep cap coming up.
Yeah, see what happens? You make
coming up.
fun of people's mouths?
Shut up.
Huh?
So tired. And this day is never going to end. It is never going to end. My daughters have a dance recital for a class they take at school.
Midday, right?
Yep, it's at noon.
That's brutal.
So I have to go there at noon.
Yeah.
And then my youngest has tennis right after that. I left the house at 2:45 this morning.
Yeah.
I will not be getting back to my house till 7 o'clock tonight. I didn't get into bed until 11 o'clock last night because my daughter had like hockey stuff and then I had to do dad stuff, and I'm going to collapse. And my mouth just decided to stop working, which is really upsetting for your mom because she likes my mouth. All right. Let's all go home. Will you guys go home?
All right.
For Kimmy?
Yep.
Guys, leave Troy alone.
I just thought, maybe we could benefit from what he was about to tell us.
Let the man speak.
But we'll never know.
For Tommy, who for some reason has an irrational hatred of all men named Troy.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that name.
Why?
It just doesn't sound like a name.
Troy Aikman?
Yeah.
Is there another Troy? I can't think of another Troy.
And nobody's a fan of Troy Aikman.
Well, not here. Dallas, they are.
Right.
I went to elementary school with a kid named Troy, but I think he was named because of Troy Aikman. Not after him, but it became popular.
Which is also sad.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, because that would have been 89. Okay, I'm done. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.